all, all the people are following the rap dance rules, but 3 of them didn't.
Welcome to the March 5th, 2025 School Committee meeting. Item 1.1, District Vision and Core Values. District Vision. The Barnstable Public Schools educates the whole child by creating a student-centered school culture that addresses students' physical, social, emotional, and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment in which students are challenged, supported, and engaged. Core values. In Barnstable Public Schools, we value commitment, collaboration, and community. Commitment. We are dedicated to the continuous learning and growth for all. Collaboration. We work together while keeping student needs at the center of all decision-making. And community. We build strong, respectful partnerships that support student success. Item 1.2, statement by the chair, video or audio recording of meeting. This school committee meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20, the chair must inquire whether anyone else is recording the meeting, and if so, to please make their presence known. Item 1.3, this evening we have the Pledge of Allegiance led by our West Barnstable School students.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic from which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for leading that pledge. We also will have a report from our BWB students, Logan Barzellos, Wyatt Gilmore, Antonella Bedoya Escobar, Daniela McMillan, and David Church. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Logan, and I'm a 3rd grade student at BWB. Thank you for having us here tonight. We're excited to share about the learning happening at BWB.
Hi, my name is David Church, and I'm a 3rd grader at BWB. In kindergarten, students and staff are looking forward to a lot of fun with upcoming celebrations and learning. In February, we had a visit from the Animal Fair Traveling Petting Zoo as we wrap up our CKLA unit on farming. In March, we will have a visit from Mad Science to teach our class about motion. Thanks to Cape Cod 5 mini grant, our kindergartners will participate in the color run to welcome in spring. As they learn about the holiday holly, kindergartners can also enjoy a visit from the education director for the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe in March. This will go along with kindergarten's exploration of their current CKLA unit on Native Americans.
Hi, my name is Delilah McMillan, and I am a 3rd grader at BWB. In 1st grade, students have been learning about the early American civilization, such as Maya, Inca, and Aztecs. Most recently, they went on a field trip to the Harwich Junior Theaters to see how I became a pirate. Thanks to funding from our PTA in the knowledge units, the students have loved learning about different lands and similar stories.
Hi, my My name is Antonella Bedoya Escobar, and I am also a third grader at BWB. In second grade, they have been learning about the War of 1812 and will begin their unit on cycles in nature. They recently had a Birds of Prey presentation where they learned about owls, falcons, and our home. They also made clay pins to sell for the community service project. The donations will be used to fund a scholarship for a BHS graduating senior.
Hi, my name is Wyatt Gilmore, and I am a third grader at BWB. In grade 3, we have been learning about astronomy. Students have learned so many amazing facts about our solar system and beyond. In May, we'll be taking a field trip to visit the Cape Cod Canal. We just had the annual spaghetti supper where we turned the cafeteria into a restaurant and served our families and friends. And we're looking forward to our third grade celebration in June. Thank you again for having us come tonight.
Well, we can get a picture at the end. I'm going to start with Jen Cullum. Do you have any comments?
Amazing. Thank you so much for keeping us up to date. It's always awesome to hear what you guys are learning and to see how passionate you are. And I loved the Pledge of Allegiance. That was great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Logan and Delilah, I hope I'm getting these names right. Antonella, Wyatt, and who am I missing? David, how could I forget David Church? Yeah. This school sounds like so much fun, and I have a grandson who's going there, I believe, next September, and I can't wait to tell him about Birds of Prey, spaghetti supper, how I became a pirate, animals coming to the class. It sounds fantastic. Thank you for sharing everything.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. I've been seeing and I've been pleasantly watching a lot of the activities that you've noted that are going on at BWB. We're going to talk about them a little bit later. I do have to ask, though, the spaghetti supper, it looked delicious. And I wanted to know, were any of you chefs for said supper? That was you were one of the chefs? Okay, future.
All of us.
Oh.
We weren't the chefs. We were the waiters.
Okay, well, I'm sure you made out like bandits because it was a packed house and the food looked delicious, and I'm glad to see it. Great job.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Excellent job. That's all I got to say. Good job. It's always nervous when you come up here and talk, and you did an amazing job. So good job.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate hearing about your school. Great job.
Thank you for having us.
We appreciate it too.
Wow.
Did they want a picture up front?
We should just
Everybody?
conclude the meeting on that high note. It was just...
I move for that. All right, they can go ahead.
Any parents want pictures? Come on up.
Parents want to come up and take pictures.
I have a joke.
Oh, yeah.
You have time for one joke?
We have plenty of time for a
Give
joke.
them one joke. Make sure it's
All right.
Tell my jokes.
What did you get if you get a cow and a duck together?
I don't know what.
Milk and quackers.
Hey!
Excellent.
Maybe we can do all public speakers tonight, start with a joke.
That's right.
As long as they keep it to 3 minutes or less. All right. Item 2.1, highlight in education. We're going to hear about the specialist connection to school improvement plan and a vision of the graduate.
It's going to be hard to go after Logan's joke, but thanks so much for having us tonight. And I'm so super proud of my kids over there. So this is a great night for us. I appreciate the opportunity to highlight our amazing specialists tonight. I chose them tonight because they have fully embraced our culture of belonging. The lessons that they plan are incredibly engaging and create a perfect pathway to learning beyond math and English. These educators exemplify the ideals that make up Barnstable's vision of a graduate. And Mrs. Buccino is our music teacher. She was not able to be here tonight, so I'm going to do her first slide. Our K-3 music students at BWB embody a culture of belonging. In music, each student selects an instrument that resonates with them, fostering confidence in playing within an ensemble setting. They then perform in school and family concerts, showcasing their musical skills. While practicing music literacy, students perform on wood, string, or percussion instruments, adhering to a rigorous curriculum. Music is a collaborative art form where students must work together, starting and stopping at the same time, demonstrating patience and creating a safe space for experimentation. And Fred Cowan is going to come up and talk about Makerspace.
Hi, everyone. How are you? So what do you call a fish with no eyes?
Yeah.
So I have 2 slides tonight. The first one is of our kindergarten and first grade. And these are some of the highlights, some of the pictures. In K, we created, this is the top left, a paintbrush. And their rules was they needed to make a thin line, a thick line, and a dot. And they're given the tools, and they had to design it, and then build it, and construct it, and then actually test it. So you're seeing Winter testing it up there right now. Then we also experimented with force using a wrecking ball. And they had to knock down a wall without hitting the houses. So they got several chances to do that and determine how much pressure, how much force they should use to succeed in that task. And then we also talked about the needs of animals and how they need water, food, and a home. So we went out one day and collected sticks, leaves. I think I'm more nervous than the kids. Yes, so and then we constructed inside with the base of a paper bag, and they created a house for a bird, and they were able to get an egg, and they made a bird, and that was a home of the birds. And then we also discussed plants' needs. And while asking our plants alive, they planted seeds and tended to their needs with water, sun, and food. So that was kindergarten. And then first grade, we studied the sun and shadows and the patterns, and we asked the question, can statues move? And we used a paper gnome and a flashlight, and they had to use the flashlight to move the shadow of the gnome onto different pre-existing shadows. So that was kind of fun. And then we studied animal structure and survival. And again, we used, it seems our theme is birds. And we used spoons, clothespins, and tweezers as their beaks. And they had to pretend that they were a bird and pick up the certain foods. And the foods were straws, toothpicks, and marbles. And we kind of determined, is that a good place for a bird to live or not to live? And discuss that. We also observed materials that are see-through, kind of see-through, and not see-through, and we made paper stained glasses, and that's the top left on first grade. And then we studied patterns and traits of young plants to similar plants, and they had to watch a video and discuss with what was a small plant would look like its adult plant. So then the next slide is 2 and 3. In grade 2, on the left side, we studied erosion and engineering, making a hypothesis and investigating the cause of canyons. And that was with a sand base canyon, and then we dripped water in there to see how it formed and where it went and what happened with it. We also investigated properties and materials and engineering to see if we could make different structures out of paper, which then kind of leads to a thing we're going to be doing in third grade. And then we discussed on another project the different properties of materials, such as texture, flexibility, absorbency, and we had to build a hat to protect themselves from the sun. And that's the bottom kind of left one. And they had a lot of fun doing that. And then again, we start coding early, and in second grade we'd code with a Dash robot, and they use that with their iPad to move the Dash robot into different maneuvers. So they're starting coding very early, which I think is exciting. And then third grade, we studied how do we know what dinosaurs looked like, and at the end we had a unit making plaster Paris fossils. And to kind of go along with the fossils, we also dissected owl pellets to kind of act as if we were going on a dig. And so they had the tweezers, and they had the gloves, and the goggles, and they just dissected owl pellets, which was a lot of fun. You can see it up in the right corner. So that was kind of fun. And then we also discussed natural hazards and engineering and building paper houses, which is then leading to going up to building cardboard houses that they're going to have to protect a cotton ball. And then we go outside, and I have my leaf blower, and we do a hurricane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and see if their house will survive or the cotton ball. And then we're even going to throw in a little bit of rain with a hose to see if it stays dry. And that's kind of second grade into third grade. And then one of the last things we did, which was kind of fun, was right around football season. We did a STEM project building and designing paper footballs and goalposts. And then they had to build it with paper, straws, and tape. And then we made a collection of data with field goals made and missed. So it's just a little bit of what we've been doing, some of the highlights. I mean, I could be here for an hour and tell you everything we do, but that's kind of it in a nutshell. So I don't know if we have any questions or if I move on, but thank you for your time.
I'm Katie Beebe. I'm the assistant principal at BWB, and I'm going to be sharing for our art teacher who wasn't able to make it tonight. So I'm going to share a little bit about how she's incorporating the vision of a graduate into her art lessons and also incorporating CKLA lessons. And really, she fosters that feeling of belonging every day in our school. So at BWB, our art students have been engaged in creative projects that incorporate seasonal themes and the study of animals from around the world, including those native to Cape Cod. These projects emphasize habitat's close observation and the exploration of various art mediums and techniques, while also creating valuable cross-curricular connections to science and CKLA. She has also been working on specific owl projects with our third graders, using chalk pastels to blend colors and create value and texture, while also developing their fine motor skills. Additionally, grade 3 students work together to create a large-scale artwork. It's the one that you can see in the top corner there. That's on display in our main lobby now. It was a project that highlighted the animals and nature unique to Cape Cod. And these students tried to capture images of them playing in the snow at recess when we got some snow earlier this year. The art department and the other specialists are excited to display their work. They're going to be having a spring specialist night this year where the artwork will be displayed throughout the school. She also wanted to give a special thank you to the Cape Cod 5 mini grant, which helped her create a zones of regulation space in her art and makerspace classroom. So that was the beanbags that you saw on the last slide. So part of our school improvement plan also is to incorporate some self-regulation strategies across the school. So she's created one of those spaces in their classrooms. And then just a couple more slides. You can see all the different fabulous artwork that she has created with kindergarten and first grade students, and then second and third. You can see the owls and zebras. And next, I'm going to hand it over to the library.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Delaney, and I'm the library assistant at BWB Elementary. Book Club. BWB has started a book club this year. This fall, Deirdre Eldridge, the K-7 media specialist, asked us if we would be interested in piloting an after-school monthly book club, which we all agreed would be a great way to get families and siblings to read together and good for our BWB community. We have selected a variety of books for the year covering topics of friendship, science, poetry, and different cultures. This month, we are reading the first in a series about a young girl growing up in Nigeria. In addition, we have Zoomed with guest speakers and watched author-illustrator interviews. There's always an activity plan, and most importantly, of course, what's the snack? We always try and have that tie in somehow to the storyline. The book club has been a big success. Our library student ambassadors. We have third grade ambassadors at the BWB Elementary School, and then I have been able to, been fortunate enough to have some helping me. Once a week, they take turns helping the younger students make book selections in the library. They also help me put books away that they've collected that are due, and they helps them appreciate the importance of the books and the library and respecting the materials. I think they also like the leadership role of helping the kindergarten and first grade, second grade students make book selections. CKLA, with the help of Deirdre Eldridge, again, and a Cobb grant, we have been able to grow and update our collection of books that support the units being taught during their knowledge lessons. It's exciting to see the students' enthusiasm selecting books about Greek mythology, the War of 1812, farm animals, and now space, just to mention a few. I am learning a great deal from these students. The Diversity Calendar and Heritage Month. Each month, I read aloud and display books for the students to choose, which celebrate and inform them about varying cultures and historical events related to diversity. This calendar serves as a visual tool to help the students have a broader understanding of the world around them and encourages them to appreciate and respect all of our differences. This month, we will be focusing on celebrating Women's History Month. So as you can see, we have a lot going on in our library. Thank you. Any questions? And I'm sorry I don't have any jokes. And Mr. Jeffers, our physical education teacher.
Testing. Hello, my name is Todd Jeffers, the health and physical education teacher at Barnstable, West Barnstable. I will hopefully have a good joke at the end. Mr. Cannon, thank you. Teaching physical education and health allows me to practice our school's expectations of being safe, respectful, and responsible in a way that is fun. The first thing you'll notice about most of my classes is that they are usually visually enticing. You'll see lots of equipment set up, colors, and music will be playing, and this usually helps set the mood and helps with classroom management, mostly. I challenge the students with activities such as games like wacky bowling, which in the first slide you might see students doing things like the splits doing the bowling or rolling backwards or 1 foot. They challenge themselves to do activities where they choose how they want to challenge themselves, how hard they want to do it, or show off their own skills, whether it's a cartwheel, rolling a ball with their left hand, 2 hands, eyes closed, whatever they choose. Many times I let students be unique in their own ways and accept their own failures, and other students will cheer them on and applaud when they are successful in their or after their failures and succeeding, and usually this happens individually, in teams, or even sometimes as a whole class. As in this this successful day of making turkeys, you have every student got to make their own turkeys any way they want, whether it was a partner. You can see they're all different and unique in their own way, and they got equipment to design what they wanted to back during Thanksgiving time. And they got to appreciate it and compliment each other on their successes and say good things to make others feel well. We received the money from our PTA to get a traverse wall, which allows our students to explore new activities such as climbing and testing their strength. They have figured out that it is not as easy as they thought. Their arms and legs get a lot more tired than they thought, so it's very, very successful. Go to the next slide. Just before break, we did a Kids Heart Challenge where our school raised over $2,700 to donate to the American Heart Association and learn about their hearts and awareness of students or other children, even in our own schools, that have maybe heart defects and need help. Teamwork. We do lots of teamwork, whether it's working as solving a problem, working together, as you can see, more crazy stuff in the gym, solving pathways, or a team building activity to communicate and discuss how to work together to solve a problem, whether it's simple or challenging. And upcoming is our golf unit, which students get to do kind of like bowling, but in this way, they will start, after they learn the skills, they will get to create their own putt-putt course and make it as challenging for other students. And since we're on golf, I will give my joke. Why do golfers need to wear 2 pairs of pants? In case they get a hole-in-one.
In case they get a hole-in-one.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Jen?
That's awesome. I love seeing the creativity. You guys are like amazing. I go home and like close my eyes and hope for the best. And you guys are like home planning these super creative, amazing things for our kids. And I just think the skill sets that these kids are learning, you know, are far beyond most adults I know at this point. Like in my life, it's just great to see us moving the envelope forward. And, you know, I'm proud of all of you. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for coming in. It's a little different to see all the specialists show and tell us what they do, and I appreciate that. It was very impressive. Thank you.
Again, just to echo my colleagues, a plethora of opportunities for the students, colorful. I like the symmetry between technology and the flickering images on the screen in the makerspace, and then actually getting out and being active with physical education. That obstacle course looks outstanding. And then every time I hear about BWB, my mind goes back to the Castle Park from my formative years, which was wonderful. But at the same time, it's just about the kids getting out, being active, and we love to see that. So good job.
Mike?
Yeah, I like what Peter said, to see the specialists. Like, we don't really get to ever see about that. So thank you for coming and kind of spending a half hour or an hour with us and kind of telling us what you're doing, because it's just a different way. It's all part of education, and kids learn all different ways. So thank you for kind of showing that aspect of the education of the kids. But thank you for coming.
And I don't have much to add to what the others have said, but I do appreciate your coming and sharing. It is really interesting to me to see how you link your specialized areas with the core curriculum so that I can see how it's threaded throughout their day. So it's wonderful. Thank you so much. Item 2.2, recognition of Barnstable High School's DECA Club. So I don't think they're here tonight. However, I wanted to make sure that we had time to congratulate the high school DECA Club students who returned from their weekend trip at the state competition in Boston. I know that they had great success and represented Barnstable exceptionally well. This large group of students I know how hard they've been working. Last Tuesday evening, they were practicing in front of volunteer parents and community members, practicing their speeches, role-playing their competitions. And just that one night was 3 hours, and I know that they put an exceptional amount of time into it. The top half, these are not in alphabetical order. I wanted to make sure all of the students who were involved, whether they went to state competition or not, were listed. So they're up on the screen for you, not in alphabetical order, just random order. Give you a second. And then moving down, the following students qualified for the final round at the states in their top 12 respective categories. Brenda Wojciechowski and Jaden Jeffries worked as a team. Grace Curley and Shelby Lacasio worked as a team. Harrison Baroni, Chrissy Taylor, and Caroline Curley. We also, for the first time, had two students who ran for a state officer position. And these students ran against 40 other candidates from across the state, and both of them were elected as state officers next year, which is quite an accomplishment. They will join the BHS cohort at the international competition in Florida, which we approved a few meetings ago, and 8 students in total will be representing Barnstable this year. Brendan and his teammate Jaden, which were mentioned a few minutes ago, Grace and Shelby, and then in addition to the 2 officers, there are 2 additional leadership slots for members that are yet to be selected. And I'm not exactly sure what the selection process is. I did run into a parent over the weekend, and I think it's a combination of the advisors and the teachers and the students actually selecting the last 2 people. I need to give a huge shout out to Brent Jansen and Heather Catabriga, Steve Moynihan, and Andrew Vince, the department chair. They work so hard. The hours are endless. And for those of the people out in the community who think teachers go home at 2 o'clock, these teachers do not go home at 2 o'clock, and most teachers do not go home at 2 o'clock. And then even when they do go home, they're still working hard. And I would also like to thank the numerous community members who serve as mentors to these students, both during the regular school day and then again in the evening to help them prepare. So I wish them all well as they travel to Florida. I think it's in April. Is it in April? And I think we'll invite them to come and present and show us some of what they've been able to win awards for. Routine business, item 3.1, student envy reports from Barnstable High School.
Hi. So first we want to start talking about Spirit Week. Next week is Spirit Week. We have a lot of themes set up to dress up. On Thursday we have a color wars amongst grades as well, and then after school we have some games for March Madness. Students who dress up will be gathering points for our class points competition, which I don't know what the score is right now, but we're not winning. The seniors are not winning right now.
Never winning.
Senioritis has hit us and we're not dressing up, so.
It's okay. Spring sports are starting March 17th, so people are starting to sign up. Captain's practices are starting. It's really exciting, and as winter sports wind down, ended really. But yeah, we had a couple teams make playoffs for winter sports. Hockey had a really nice upset in their first round, winning against the number 9 team. And yeah.
The BHS production of Little Mermaid is starting March 21st. It's dual casted, so I do think you should show up to multiple nights so you can see both casts and support our BHS Drama Club.
Today was the 9th annual job fair that's run by the Youth Commission. They have a lot of businesses show up. I personally have gotten a job from the job fair. It's really beneficial. I've known some people who got jobs and have met like their best friends. It's really good for the community and really good for the younger students who are trying to get out and get a job.
All students have now finalized their schedules for next year. They did this by having small meetings with their counselors. This was something new that was implemented this year. Previously, we just picked our schedules through Aspen and then corrected if there were any mistakes. I think this new process of having a short meeting with your counselor to prevent any mistakes before they happen was really a great idea and definitely saved the counselors a lot of time in the long run.
It would have also saved me a lot of headaches later
Yeah.
in grades.
Yes.
I messed up my schedule sometimes early on. We have these new 3D anatomy tables that were bought by a grant, and kids are able to learn visually how the body works if they're wanting to go into the medical field or something similar. It's going to be a half-year class next year, and people are really excited about it.
And then finally, Stable Time continues to be a huge success amongst our school. Last week, we had a school-wide basketball game, teachers versus students. We had some administrators play. Mr. Canetta played. And we also had a raffle going on during the game. So students who signed up for the basketball game, their names were randomly put in a hat, and then they got a prize. These prizes were like gift card to the Knack, gift cards to Party Freeze, things like that. And then for students who didn't want to go to the basketball game, we also had other activities like walking the track, Zen coloring, and a study hall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
I just have one question, and it's not. Oh, sorry.
Got excited.
Just kidding. You have to be orderly, otherwise Kathy gets all upset. So, who won the basketball game?
Students.
That's what I like to hear.
Yep.
I hear Stable Time's a great success. You've talked about that a couple of times, and it's great to hear. You said Mr. Canetta played,
Yep.
Yes.
but you didn't tell us how he did.
He did good.
Does he have talent? Yeah.
You know,
Yeah?
he's pretty good.
Yeah.
The AD also played, and
How's
you would
he?
expect
He's-
him to perform in the way that an AD would perform.
He's here, you know.
He was the ringer.
Maybe he wants to speak to that.
I see him sitting in the back, so we'll bring him up next if you say anything bad.
You didn't realize he
Not
was
a
here.
joke.
No, he was good.
You're-
He had some really
I wish
good...
everybody could have seen her face when we said that he was sitting in the back.
This might be a good time for a joke.
I don't have any. No, he had some really good 3-point shots. I don't know a lot about basketball, but it looked really cool.
Andre?
Yeah, for me, good to hear about Spirit Week and Stable Time and the events that were going on. Do want to push back a little bit in terms of senioritis. I understand, but we have quite a bit of things coming up as you guys finish and of course, finish strong, particularly going towards the end of the year. And I know that, it can be the doldrums of the school year. March is a long month, but I would be remiss because you were not at the last meeting, but I did see an acceptance to Boston College with a focus on political science. And so what we're seeing now and what's great in the community is Barnstable decisions. Lets us know where our seniors are going and the next steps that they're taking. So it's a congratulations to you. I know senioritis, but we push that back going forward, and we're gonna have a strong finish. Thanks for noting what our athletic teams have done a tremendous job. Double overtime thriller for the hockey team against Zavarian and a good win against Reading. And of course our boys basketball team with a great win at home against Peabody Veterans, and then going all the way to Springfield Central and having a tremendous game. So again, it's a full cycle. Thank you for noting that. Keep doing what you're doing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll see you next meeting.
Mike?
You don't have to say a joke. Your face was priceless. That was the best thing. So I got a question, and it's not necessarily. I know you're both seniors, so it's not necessarily you. But so the anatomy tables. So is that, you said it was a half-year class?
Yeah.
So is that going to be in conjunction to take an anatomy physiology, or is that a separate course? And does anybody know? Can you find out? I'm just kind of more curious about more information about that.
I'm pretty sure it's just on top of.
It's on top of, so like,
Yeah.
okay.
Because I think anatomy is still going to be a
Anatomy
full year
physiology
class.
is going to be a separate class, and then this
Yeah.
is going to be a different anatomy where you're going to be using those tables to kind of. Interesting.
Yeah, I think the point of it being a half-year class is just to spark interest in students.
Okay,
So
yeah.
they go take a half-year class, try out these tables, and like, wow, I think this is really
I want to
cool.
take anatomy, physiology, pathology, and go down
Yeah.
that route. Yep. Okay, cool. I was just kind of curious. I've had a couple kids who've taken it, so that's why I was kind of curious how it's going to be integrated. But cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's so great to hear everything that's going on. And when I went to school, they had real black blackboards and white chalk. And so I missed out on all these virtual types of experiences and 3D boards. So I'm sure that helps students learn and become more engaged. Thank you.
Thank
Of course.
you.
Thank you.
Item 3.2, public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual and 30 minutes total. Public comment at Barnstable School Committee meetings is limited to Town of Barnstable residents and taxpayers, Barnstable Public Schools employees, students, or family members. Speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to present their material and must begin their comments by stating their name and city or town. An extension of the speaker's time may be granted at the discretion of the chair. There will be no debate or action taken on public comment items. The committee will take items under advisement, or the individual will request an item to be placed on a future agenda. The chair will also allow public comment at her discretion during the meeting. Is anybody here for public comment? Thank you.
My name is Martha Swindler, and I've been a teacher at Barnstable High School for 30-plus years. Last month, I came and spoke with you all about racism, the racism I have witnessed. I asked for your help. I asked about the Brown Report. I made a request, a formal apology for leaving the local tribe out of the decisions about the Red Raider logo, a request for a formal review of having only 2 levels of learning at Barnstable High School, and a request that you complete the investigation of Hope Taylor. I emailed that evening asking that these items be put on the agenda. Ms. Bent's email said it was received, and Mr. King sent a lovely supportive response. I sent it to all of you. So I stand here at public comment again so that everyone knows that I asked for these formal recognition of these issues. Honestly, compared to the bigger, harder budget and facilities issues, these seem like simple solutions I have to offer. I would be happy to help a group of people draft a letter that you all would agree to, of course, and then sign to our local tribe. A quick and free way to address the mistake that happened. We need to have a reevaluation of 3 levels, at least in the English Language Arts department in which I teach. We can get a committee together. Sarah and Kristen, I will help. A task force, I think we called it once. We have had committees to revisit the schedules and so many other things. It's time to revisit 3 levels of learning. Our population in the last 2 years has changed. 10% switch to our students that are not of color, not white, are non-white students, and obviously that includes MLs. We need to be focusing on them. And lastly, I'm going to ask as a committee that you do your due diligence and please be witness to any investigation of any tenured person in our town, especially our leaders. You may not be able to make decisions, but witness for the people who voted for you. All of this matters significantly. And I must tell you that the PD we have had this year has been incredible. We need more of that to address the changing population of our schools. And I want to help. I have worked with you for decades. I taught your children, cheered them on, taught you. I want to help, but we have to do something now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Morgan Gray. I'm a resident of Centerville. I'm a world language teacher at Barnstable High School, and I'm a member of the BTA. I'm speaking tonight about the contract negotiation situation with the BAO. In my 7 years at Barnstable High School, I've had numerous opportunities to work with and observe members of the BAO. I've been able to count on support with difficult and challenging students from associate and assistant principals. I've had urgent technology questions answered swiftly by the tech staff. Our high school Aspen person has provided useful trainings and updates on Aspen frequently. I've had questions about best practices answered by our special ed coordinator. I've received guidance and information about student placement from curriculum coordinators. Aspects of my job are regularly made easier by the administrators at BHS.
And I have seen all these same people offer and provide support to our students. The APs are in the halls and at events trying to cultivate relationships with students, doling out high fives and hurry ups equally. The swift responses from tech come not just about my issues, but when students can't log in or their Chromebooks don't work. Just this year, my advisory students were selecting classes on Aspen, and the classes they needed weren't there, but our Aspen tech person fixed the issue in minutes. Our curriculum coordinators, bridging the intermediate and the high schools, worked tirelessly to provide learning, quality and unique learning opportunities for our students, from field trips to guest speakers. Working without a contract is difficult and scary and demoralizing. 8 months without a contract causes a financial strain on members and their families, and yet the BAO continues to fight for a fair contract. This district often expresses concerns about retaining employees, about making employees feel valued. Drawing out these negotiations, going 8 months without a contract, does not help anyone feel valued. Thank you.
Hi again. As you know, our names are Riley and Paloma, and we're students at Barnstable High School. Tonight, we are here to speak in support of the Barnstable Administrators Organization, as they have been without a contract since July 1st, 2024. The Barnstable Administrators Organization consists of our associate principals, our technology staff, and curriculum coordinators. They are the only union at our high school without a contract. Our goal in speaking to you about this is to show support for our staff. They're extremely important to our school and community. We are hoping the union and the school committee can come to a fair agreement to help maintain the level of support that us students receive at the high school. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Gray, for coming up. They were too quick.
Hello, my name is Stacy Hadfield. I'm a member of the BTA, and I teach kindergarten at Barnstable West Barnstable Elementary School. This is my 29th year teaching in the town of Barnstable. My role as a kindergarten teacher involves frequent and essential collaboration with numerous members of the BAO to ensure the success of my students. I collaborate with the assistant principal on a daily basis regarding student behavior, attendance concerns, and general classroom management. Valuable support is provided in implementing school-wide initiatives and addressing individual student needs. We work together daily to create a positive and safe learning environment. The Director of Teaching and Learning helps me to ensure alignment with district standards and best practices. This role supports me by providing resources, professional development, and guidance on implementing the kindergarten curriculum, as well as analyzing data and adjusting instruction to meet the needs of all learners. The director also leads a Gateway program, which is an asset to our students and our district. In my kindergarten classroom, and all classrooms across the district, technology is a vital tool. I collaborate with the technology department to integrate age-appropriate technology into my lessons. They assist with troubleshooting, provide training on educational software and apps, and help ensure that students have access to the necessary resources. I rely on them to keep our classroom technology running smoothly. This year, I have 6 multilingual learners in my classroom. The ELL director works closely with the ESL teachers, which also has a direct impact on my everyday teaching. This position helps provide appropriate support and instruction for my multilingual learners. We all collaborate on strategies to help students learn while also ensuring that they are all meeting the kindergarten curriculum standards. For the past 4 summers, I was hired to be the coordinator of the Literacy Academy. In this role, I worked closely with the nurse leader. She helped me work with families that had allergies and medical needs, provided guidance for the multiple forms required, and supported communication with families. I also worked closely with the district grant and compliance manager. This role was vital to making sure the Literacy Academy ran smoothly as it was grant funded. Essentially, my roles as a kindergarten teacher and the Literacy Academy coordinator were greatly impacted by the support I received from the BAO members. Together, we strive to provide a comprehensive and enriching educational experience for the students in my kindergarten class and the students who participate in the summer programs. I ask that you provide the BAO with a fair contract and equal treatment afforded to all other municipal employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Faith Ingalls. I'm a resident of Hyannis in Barnstable. I'm the proud parent of 2 of Barnstable Public Schools alumni. And I'm a 37-year retired teacher from Barnstable as a special education teacher. So from my experience as both a parent and a special education teacher within the Barnstable Public Schools, I've observed firsthand the critical role that these Barnstable administrative organization workers play in supporting our educators and our students. So I'd like to highlight 2 of those roles. First, the special education coordinators, who were all of my best friends for many years. And they're indispensable for special education teachers. They provide guidance on IEP development. They ensure, I don't always have a shaky voice. They ensure compliance with all state and federal regulations, and they offer support in navigating complex student needs. They're a resource for problem solving, and they are a resource for obtaining all the needed materials and staff. Second, see how quick this is? The nurse coordinator, who ensures that school nurses are equipped to address the health needs of our students, and that directly impacts a teacher's ability to teach. They provide training on health protocol, they manage student health records, and they serve as a resource for teachers who are dealing with students with health concerns. So, in essence, see I'm quick, that BAO provides a network of support, and that empowers educators to effectively meet the diverse needs of their students. This support system is crucial. It creates a successful and enriching learning environment for all the children in Barnstable, and I ask that you provide these people with a fair contract and treatment equal to that that's afforded to other municipal employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I have some remarks of my own, and then I have a very brief letter, if I may read that, from some people who couldn't be here.
We can only have people speak for themselves.
Okay, can I then?
You can share that letter with us.
Yeah, as part of the record.
Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Meg Loughran. I'm a former Barnstable Public School educator, and I'm a community member presently living in West Barnstable. I retired in 2008 after 34 years as a speech pathologist, special education teacher, and inclusion facilitator, with my last 8 years being in Barnstable. Presently, I work 1 day a week with members of transition centers, which is a program for folks who have aged out of special education services in the public schools. It's a very rewarding experience, to be sure. During my 34 years in public schools, I observed firsthand the importance of assistant principals, curriculum coordinators, and technical assistants. However, I'm going to specifically address the position of coordinator of special education, as that is where my firsthand experience lies. During my tenure in Barnstable, I taught an inclusion class for 5th and 6th graders with moderate special needs. In the old days, these students would not have been included in regular classrooms and would have totally been separated from their same age peers. Thankfully, with the support of principals, special education coordinators, tech assistants, and paraprofessionals, we established an effective model that met the IEP goals and objectives while including students with their same age peers on a team. It combines small group direct instruction for IEP goals with a modified curriculum when these students return to their homerooms for science and social studies. It was a win-win for the students. They got to learn from each other, and at the same time, it was the most taxing job I ever had in my entire career, but I loved every minute of it. At the end of some days, I would realize that I had not had time to deal with anything that had anything to do with curriculum. I'd been dealing with students' emotional and behavioral issues, health concerns, parental questions and concerns, on and on. Sometimes it felt like trying to drink out of a fire hose. My 12 to 13 students, though, were only a drop in the bucket to what our special education coordinator had to deal with. One misstep could have resulted in an out-of-district placement or a lawsuit. She had to ensure compliance with IDEA, oversee IEPs, coordinate itinerant service, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech and language therapy, balance students' needs, deal with parental concerns, manage staffing shortages, and stay within financial parameters. Can you spell stressful? With all the studies being conducted in regard to choosing teaching as a career, it is easy to see that our country is struggling to attract qualified educators. In my opinion, strong morale, and I'm almost done, strong morale in a building and leadership that bends toward equality and fairness are crucial to attracting and keeping talented teachers, as well as ensuring effective education. I urge you to provide the BAO with a fair and equitable contract that has been afforded to the other municipal employees. Let's keep good people here. Thank you.
Thank you. If you give your letter to Jen, she'll make sure we get it. You started after I had started the timer anyway because you had a question, so you were within your 3.
All right. Okay, I have to do reverse. I have to take my glasses off to read. Good evening. My name is Deanna Pulsifer. I am a resident of Centerville, a proud parent of an Barnstable alumnus, and the administrative assistant for Barnstable Public Schools. I stand before you tonight to address critical concerns regarding the current status of contract negotiations with the Barnstable Administrators Organization and the significant impacts of impending staff and budget cuts for fiscal year 25-26 and beyond. The absence of a ratified contract creates a climate of uncertainty and instability, not only for our dedicated administrators, but for the entire school community. These administrators are the backbone of our schools, ensuring smooth operations, supporting principals and teachers, and advocating tirelessly for our students. They deserve a fair and timely contract that reflects their unwavering commitment. The lack of a contract fosters anxiety, hindering our collective ability to focus on the needs of both students and educators. Many administrative functions are conducted behind the scenes, yet they are essential for effective operation of our schools. To gain a deeper understanding of the daily realities and educational impact of these roles, I ask, have you as a committee undertaken any of the following? Shadowing administrators, conducting site visits, and engaging in detailed discussions about the responsibilities and challenges they face. Further compounding my concerns are the impending staff and budget cuts projected for the next fiscal year. These potential reductions pose a significant threat to the quality of education we provide our children. We are facing the potential loss of valuable staff, increased class sizes, and diminished resources, which will inevitably impact essential programs and services. The reality is that past and projected staffing cuts do not eliminate the work that must be done. Therefore, it is imperative that we have a clear and comprehensive plan for how the essential functions of our schools will continue. How will the district ensure that the quality of our work and the morale of our staff are not negatively impacted as we absorb these additional responsibilities, given that many of us are already operating at our limits? We must find creative and sustainable solutions to address our financial challenges without compromising the quality of education our students deserve. I urge the school committee to prioritize a swift and equitable resolution to the BAO contract negotiations and to diligently explore alternative solutions to the proposed budget cuts. Thank you. I also have a statement to enter in from retired school teacher and school committee member Barbara Dunn.
Thank you.
Brooke Steich, I'm the president of the BTA, a teacher at Barnstable High School, and a parent of a student at Barnstable High School, excuse me. I stand with the BAO. I have been here before to speak about that, so I'm actually going to take that hat off for a moment because I think my members and all of the BAO supporters are doing an amazing job coming up here to speak to you. I'm going to keep my teacher of 21 years hat on and my parent hat on, and I'm going to ask you to take your first reading of the cell phone policy for the Barnstable Public Schools and table it tonight. When reading the cell phone policy as proposed, I am deeply concerned that it seems to have come out of nowhere and in a very difficult time of the school year. So the idea to ban cell phones district-wide, I have some philosophical ideas about that in the developmental age range of pre-K through 18 or 22-year-olds. all falling under the same procedures. And I think that should be discussed with all the stakeholders and the community involved, because as a parent, I haven't been to any parent forums to talk about what we should be doing with cell phones. As a teacher, I haven't been asked what's working this year, what's not. We're under a new building principal who's worked very hard to foster trust with the students. We as educators work really hard to foster trust and routines with our students. And here, with a term and a half left to go, 3 months less for seniors, to make a full-scale change without those partnerships, without laying the foundation, and without having any understanding of how we would enforce what you're proposing. There are no tools that we are told. There are no procedures that we are told. It's pretty much setting us all up for failure. This is a wide-scale change that I think needs more conversation. It needs a proper protocol of how it could be done. It needs the right timeline. For many of our students right now, it is a time of fear. They're not sure what's happening with some of their families, and we're going to take away their mode of communication during the day. So I just think this is not the right time. It's the right time to start the community conversations and to properly vet what needs to happen, to ask the students what they need, the 11th and 12th graders who are going out into the world, how to use it responsibly versus the 8th graders, because let's be honest, this is something that would impact Barnstable High School more than any other building in the district. So please table that, and that's all I really would like to say to you today.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing no one, public comment is now closed. All right, we're on item 3.3, school committee and subcommittee liaison reports. Jen?
So I guess I just wanted to to reiterate what I've said in prior meetings, that I would not support a no cell phone policy in our schools. But then also I wanted to report out on a meeting that we had with CFAC. And I can't recall if I did that last time or not. I don't think I did. Yeah, we had a meeting with CFAC, and it was really to kind of discuss the core program with regard to, building a new facility, and just to try to, entertain any questions and offer any explanations of the program, and explain the need. Granted, through my lens, I'll take that hit. And I did send a follow-up letter, which I will, through Jen, submit to you guys, and Kathy's seen it and Peter's seen it, I believe, at this point. And I know Andre has, but so I guess it's just you, Mike. Sorry about that. That's what happens. But just explaining, my loose terminology of other school districts eating our lunch. It seemed to be a point of interest for them. So I put together some data with the help of Superintendent Ahern, and I know my data and my numbers were correct. Again, it was through my lens, but I did check with her, and everyone was involved along the way. Just I submitted that to Mark Milne for CFAC last week sometime. Never heard back from him. Turned out went in his junk folder. I'm trying not to take it personally. But anyway, so today it was submitted to CFAC. So just to give you guys an idea of how community conversations, I feel community conversations about this need are very, very important. And I'm just looking to offer explanations for the way I feel about it, and hopefully spark some conversation among strong community members and leaders. So thank you.
Right. Peter, subcommittee report.
I'll give it to you for the policy,
Okay.
unless you want me to speak on.
Or you can.
I can speak on the cell phone at that time.
Okay.
Sure.
Sounds good. Andre, policy or subcommittee?
Yeah, thank you,
report?
Kathy. So I sit on 3 subcommittees, so I will give my reports in that order. Starting with the facilities subcommittee, just to echo what Jen said, I thought it was a productive meeting with CFAC, looking at how the process of kind of moving forward will work. A number of things to get in order, and I look forward to meeting with that organization again. I'll leave it there. I will note it has been reported, and we looked at there will be another new building in the Dennis Sharman School District, approval for an elementary school. That was reported by the Cape Cod Times. We did not discuss that at the previous meeting with CFAC. We will discuss that kind of going forward in terms of the landscape of school and in relation to school building. So that will conclude my facility subcommittee comments. I did want to note in terms of the Cape Cod Collaborative, articles of agreement have been reached in order to accept Plymouth as a full member of the collaborative. We will be discussing this a little bit later in the meeting. But I did want to note that, and the school committee will be taking our vote on that issue. All of the school committees need to vote. I will say the meetings with the Plymouth school committee members previously have been productive. I think they've been a great addition to the collaborative, and I'm fully supportive of this acceptance and their becoming a full member on July 1st. I think it only adds Plymouth. It's a neighboring district. It's right there. It's a large community, Plymouth North, Plymouth South. Let's partner together rather than being divided, by that thin canal. And to conclude, I want to discuss my work on the goals subcommittee. Want the community to be aware of what's happening with the goals subcommittee. We have been meeting since last May. I'm going to talk a little bit because there's things happening, but I want to make this as efficient as possible. We've been meeting since last May in order to develop a goal to provide to the school committee that would kind of give us a vision and a direction going forward. So that took a couple of months to look at. We developed a goal. I worked to craft this along with Jen. And it's one goal with 3 specific action items. So the goal is to develop a strategic plan that outlines a vision and strategy for the next 5 to 10 to 15 years for Barnstable Public Schools. So the goals subcommittee is looking at the long view and how we can monitor these things. Then there's 3 action items associated with this. Promote a better understanding of the town of Barnstable, where there's much work to be done there with our tax base, with our parents, with our alumni, right? When we talk about students, we're talking about students present and students past. It's collective. And I've received much feedback, so I'm excited to work on that. Conduct public meetings on the state of our facilities, kind of welding together with what we're doing with the facility subcommittee. And then to foster community partnerships that promote trust and confidence, leading to a positive cultural change in all of our schools. That's the charge that the Goals Subcommittee has delivered to the subcommittee, which now, citing precedent, we would evaluate, monitor, refine going forward. A subcommittee doesn't spend months coming up with something, hand it off to the school committee, and say, bon voyage. You need to work on these things in order that they would be effective. At the last meeting, community member and educator spoke about an important issue to many people in this community. First of all, anti-racism, but within that, the B with the letter, which the Wampanoag tribe was in support of, and how that information was incorporated, of course, in the decision of the Barnstable Public Schools to change their name, mascot, and colors. Community members spoke about that at our last meeting, and I noted that this is reflective of community partnerships and something that the Goals Subcommittee can work on. I want the community to understand the timeline here, because that also relates to the first goal, which is promoting a better understanding of the town and the many townspeople that have questions related to our decision to change our name, colors, and mascot, and how we are welding together and highlighting the rich history in Barnstable Public Schools. This impacts many community members. Go to any sports event and you will see clearly how this is important. I noted at the meeting, I requested an agenda item to discuss this at our next goals subcommittee meeting. Before any of this could have been discussed, I want the community to be very aware of what's going on. The dissolution of the goals subcommittee was proposed. We didn't discuss it as a subcommittee. I want the community to be very aware. When our agenda was posted on Friday for this very meeting, there was no agenda item about a dissolution of the goals subcommittee. On Monday, our agenda was revised to include an agenda item for the dissolution of the goals subcommittee. I'm at a loss for words in terms of that correlation. Again, for the numerous reasons listed, you work for months to develop a goal, you hand the goal off to the school committee, and then you have no body to evaluate, monitor, refine said goals and objectives related to matters very important to many people in this community. That's why we have a disconnect that impacts many alumni, many parents. We're not discussing these important issues. We're not trying to gain understanding, common ground, find a better path forward. Before we can even start that process, this is what's happening. I'll conclude by saying, at a recent meeting, the chair of the facilities subcommittee decided to step back. No issue there. There was no agenda item that proposed the dissolution of the facilities subcommittee. When a committee member decided to step back, that committee could have gone on with one member. I decided to join said subcommittee, just to give the community some perspective about what's going on. I'm committed to the work of the school committee writ large and the goals subcommittee. And I'll be stating that later on in the meeting when this agenda item, should it still be on our agenda, comes to pass. Thank you.
Mike, committee?
No, I have nothing. Not for the committee. No.
So the policy subcommittee met and worked on several policies that appear only as a first read for the purpose of getting input from the public, which includes staff members and community members. I think, Peter, you wanted to speak specifically about the cell phone.
I can wait for that to come up in
Yeah.
the meeting. It's, I was just kind of, I heard Brooke speak at public comment, and I just update where we are.
Yeah, so we can explain the cell phone policy, but none of the policies that are listed on tonight's agenda, just as clarification, are being voted on. They're there for the purpose of providing revisions to policies, gathering additional input, and then we don't even have a meeting scheduled yet, pending waiting to see whether or not there's feedback on any of the 4 items that appear later. So that concludes my policy report. So we're now on item 3.4, school committee comments, and I'll start with Jen.
So I'm going to speak just briefly about the goals subcommittee, because my understanding of that committee was to create a document that we could forward to the full body to open up conversation amongst the 5 of us to find results. I'm not interested in dragging out conversation on this for 3 hours. I'm just saying that was my understanding of it. An ad hoc committee during which we kick around ideas, 3 of us, and then we bring those ideas to the full body, who then votes on whether or not, and the baby that was delivered at the end of the whole labor process was the strategic plan, under which all of these things can be discussed. We were very loose-knit about what we decided should be on that for a reason, because we only had 3 opinions when we walked into it. And that was the whole point. So I don't think it's, I mean, in the municipal work that I've done, and granted there hasn't been a lot with schools, but in all the municipal work I've done, ad hoc committees routinely meet, deliver recommendations, present those recommendations to the full body, get a full complement of comments and understanding, move to vote, and then act on that. So this will be, I assume this discussion would happen, as I communicated with Andre, at the strategic planning session, which is like the newborn. That was basically, so there was no malfeasance at all in my view from how that happened, and I think it's absolutely routine to dissolve a committee after you deliver a baby, and then if a committee needs to be reconsidered, then we do another ad hoc committee. But I think that that's very procedurally correct, actually, so I just wanted to add that.
Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. I wasn't going to speak on this, but the more I think about it, maybe I should. And it's just for the public's sake. If they were watching, they saw a bunch of speakers speaking in support of the BAO and their contract negotiations, the administrative unit, and their lack of contract. And they may be saying, what are they talking about? Why don't they have a contract? What's the school committee doing? And I happen to be a member of the negotiating team and representing the town of Barnstable and the school committee, and I've been doing this for many, many months now. It's been ongoing. We, too, I can guarantee you this, would like to come to an agreement with this BAO unit. I can guarantee you this, we agree that the BAO members provide invaluable services to our students and staff. And I can guarantee you we believe the BAO members deserve our respect and appreciation. I believe we have always bargained in good faith. And as we all know, it takes 2 sides to finally come to an agreement. I believe we've offered a fair contract that keeps our administration at the top, or very near the top paid administration group on Cape Cod. And we also hope we can come to a fair agreement soon. That would make us all very happy and end this ongoing contract stalemate. So I just had to speak because as a member of this for many months now, a contract, it takes a while sometimes, and we're still continuing to want to solve this issue. Thank you.
Andre?
Yes, for me, for my personal school committee comments, I just want to, we're having a budget meeting, and we're looking at dollars, jobs, things of that nature in real time. The Healy Driscoll administration has awarded $5.5 million to Massachusetts districts to improve student access to behavioral and mental health services and support. I hope that our district is going after those funds to bring all monies possible and available into the district. When we do get to our budget discussion, I personally, am prioritizing clearly jobs, being an educator, and that being the last possible result, of the deliberations. There are some inclusions in the capital improvement plan that I've taken issue with, some new additions that we're going to be discussing that I don't have an understanding because they developed late. And then specifically in this fiscal environment, some of the late additions that capital improvement projects that is part town but also part school money, school savings, I think there's an opportunity, given the $1.5 million deficit, to look at that and possibly revise some of our requests, maybe move some of those dates, things that came and all of a sudden are now, next year, that were not included in the facilities needs assessment that took place a year ago. So I have some objections. I just want to make the community aware of that. We're going to be discussing the budget, and we're going to be discussing the capital improvement project requests. And I think there's an opportunity for savings there, again, to prioritize our staff members that are doing the job on a day-to-day basis. So Kathy, should I? Okay, I just.
Go ahead, Mike.
So a couple things. First of all, I'm not on the subcommittee for the goals, but I was the chair of the school committee for 4 years, and I was, being the chair, you're the one who set up the subcommittees. We had, I think, 2 goal subcommittees under my tenure as the chair of the school committee. And the way those were run were they came up with goals, they brought them to the school committee, and we dissolved the subcommittee because they came up with the goals, they brought it to the school committee, and we have to vote on it, and then we go from there. And as far as seeing if we met our goals, that was a school committee. We had workshops like a year later. We did workshops to figure out if we, because it's not the subcommittee that decides if we meet it, it's the 5 of us that decide if we meet it. So that's kind of going the way they always have gone. As I think in my 12 years or 10 years of being on the school committee, we've had a bunch of them, and that's kind of the way it always goes. So Jen is correct. Even on the school side, it's just kind of the way it works. As far as just, and I know we're going to talk about it, Peter and Kathy, but I was kind of surprised when I read about the policy for the phones. And the reason is I kind of thought, and I know it's a first read, but I'm just kind of giving you the heads up because I know we're going to go through order. And I'm kind of confused as to, I thought last month we were kind of like, the principal was going to be we were kind of making progress. Things were going forward. Like, we're not going to make any changes. We're going to kind of keep going the way we're going. That's kind of my impression of the conversation last month. And I know we'll have the conversation, but I just want you to be able to address it when you guys start talking about it. And then all of a sudden it goes to no phones. And I'm kind of not sure what happened in the last month, but how we went from, things are going pretty good, let's keep going the way we're going, to no cell phones. And maybe I missed something. I don't know. But I just want to kind of give you guys the heads up just so you know kind of what so when you kind of address it, you kind of talk about that. You know what I mean? Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you, Kathy.
So I had the pleasure of attending the JROTC Awards last Wednesday, where a number of, I believe there are 22 students that are in the program, and all of them received awards. It was a terrific opportunity to see the work they've done and how well that program is doing in the high school. I'd like to give an explanation regarding Andre's comment. At the last school committee meeting, we approved the final minutes for the goals subcommittee. And with this academic year, this year, we've had a change in the agenda to streamline some of the routine items, such as approving various minutes, rather than listing each one of the minutes as separate agenda items, which makes it appear that we have 4 to any number of small approvals. We bundle them together under the consent agenda. We have plenty of time to review, and then we vote as a unit unless somebody pulls something out for discussion, which could happen because there's time there between the moving of the motion and the approval. The next logical step after you approve the final minutes of the goals subcommittee is to dissolve, of any subcommittee, is to then dissolve the subcommittee. And if it weren't the final minutes, then the goals subcommittee minutes would have gone to the next subcommittee meeting for approval, as we do with policy subcommittee or any other subcommittee. So there's no, I felt as though people were thinking there was an underhandedness to what was going on. It was an omission, because when you delineate each one of the different minutes, it makes it easier to do the rest of the cleanup work for these subcommittees. And they do not remain on the books indefinitely. They are given a charge. When the charge is completed, we move on. And after that, one final reminder is that there are many things that are discussed during public comment, or even individuals who reach out to us from time to time on various issues. The school committee has very specific charges that are provided through Mass General Law. We deal with policy, we deal with the budget, and we hire the superintendent. And we do not become involved in curriculum issues. We do not become involved in personnel issues per Mass General Law. So at times when it looks as though we're not listening to people, we are trying to stay within our lane and make sure we're following the directives that were given as school committee members. Thank you. Item 3.5, Superintendent's Report.
Point of information, Kathy, I have slides
Is there a oh, I'm
connected
sorry.
to my, my commentary. Thank you. So as we say, attached to my comments, I want to report to the community what's going on. Barnstable, we're a large, we're a diverse, and we're a dynamic school district, so every month there is much to report. Barnstable, West Barnstable has been lucky to have high school community mentors visit each month to work with third grade student ambassadors and to support in specials, kindergarten and recess. This week, they worked with the third graders on nonverbal communication. Staying at Barnstable, West Barnstable, first graders took a trip to the Harwards Junior Theater to see How I Became a Pirate. Thank you to the PTA for underwriting this trip. Again at Barnstable, West Barnstable, as you've seen, the kindergartners had a visit from Animal Affairs, traveling petting zoo as a culminating activity for their farm unit from CKLA, Science of Reading Program Literacy. Staying at Barnstable, West Barnstable, you saw the previous slides about a spaghetti supper that third graders served to an amazing, that was supported by many members of the community. There was a great turnout. There was nutritious food. And we have some future waiters, but also many future chefs, as you saw previously. Moving over to Barnstable United Elementary School, fourth graders in House C worked together to create Valentine's cards for a local nursing home. Their kindness will be delivered to our community next week. Great job, Barnstable United. Every year, Cape Cod 5 provides thousands of dollars in mini grants to fund educational projects for public school teachers in the communities they serve. Since its inception in 2000, more than 2,000 mini grants totaling over $880,000 have been awarded. Thank you to the Cape Cod 5. Barnstable teachers appreciate you. From Turtle Recesses and Art and ELA to STEM, Engineer, and Design, our Barnstable students are incredibly lucky to have the generosity of Cape Cod 5. Thank you. Moving over to Barnstable Intermediate School. After a morning of intense competition, seventh graders Juliet Amster of Team Millway was crowned our 2025 BIS Geography B champion. Sixth grader Grace Coyle of Team Camus was our second place finisher. Congratulations to our winner and our runner-up. We commend all of our participants. Great job in their Geography B. Staying at BIS, the Global Impact sixth graders wrote their own books on local issues that affect Cape Cod. They shared their stories to elementary students across the district. This is the BIS Global Impact students. Well done. And to conclude at BIS, the Junior All-Cape held at Dennis Yarmouth Middle School took place. Ian McGuire and Danielle Schroeder conducted an amazing group of kids at the All-Cape event at Dennis Yarmouth Middle School. Well done. We want to show... Well, we want to appreciate we're going to stay at BIS, the administration showing support during Valentine's Day to their wonderful staff. This is part of the festivities surrounding Valentine's Day. Also, this is Sharon, who is one of our crossing guards that helps the students get to and from school in a safe fashion and does it with style and grace and enthusiasm. So celebrations for Valentine's Day. This is Counselor Appreciation. We'll be in the dunes without them. I spoke too soon. This is at BIS. And this is Counselor Appreciation at Barnstable High School, highlighting the tremendous impact of our school counselors, helping students to achieve success and plan for their career. Thank you for all that you do every day. Some upcoming events that our students can participate in: the Youth Job Fair. Today, upcoming, took place this afternoon. Encore night is going to be tomorrow. Encore night will be tomorrow at the high school, 6 o'clock. So be sure to check out those events. Staying at Barnstable High School, students in the contemporary literature welcome guest speaker Craig Florence to discuss his work making comics and graphic novels. They were able to hear firsthand about the collaboration it can take to create a comic or graphic novel, the work that goes on behind each page, and about his process turning a written script into a fully polished comic. Barnstable High School has partnered with Mass Hired and Cape and Islands Career Center to host a mock interview event. Over 40 students received interviews from local professionals. The businesses included Cape Cod Healthcare, Cape Cod YMCA, Mid-Cape Home Centers, the Town of Barnstable, West Barnstable Fire, and the Department of Public Works. This was noted, the Stable Time event that took place, competition between the staff members and students. Yes, Principal Canetta was amongst the competitors there, making sure he's playing good defense. That may be a hand check. I would not have called it.
That's a foul.
I would not have called it on the principal. We're going to let that play. We can see the stands were packed for this event. Our pep band was keeping things festive. And there was also time for some co-curricular activities. This was Stable Time that took place recently at the high school. The Black History Month door contest winners are there for you. Butterfield in first, Schultz in second, and West in third. This is great activity from when I was working at Barnstable. I'm thrilled to see that it's still going on. And these are the winners of the Black History Month door contest. A huge shout out to the Barnstable High School mock trial team for competing in the regional round of the statewide Massachusetts Bar Association competition. Recently, they competed among 28 teams in the state. This is the first time the team has advanced to this round in over 9 years. Final score was 88-95, with Franklin High School claiming the win. Congratulations to team captains Brendan Wojciechowski and Colin Shearley, along with the rest of the team. On their outstanding, Morgan Mueller, apologize in advance for these names, Henry Richardson, Tomas Fernandez, Z. Valengo, freshman Menina Collins, Marissa Nardone, and Glara August. Faculty coach is Jennifer Holland, and the lawyer coach is Kate Pete. Great job to our Barnstable High School mock trial team. This was a tremendous event. The Barnstable High School Coast Guard Junior Reserve Training Corps conducted its first award ceremony celebrating the accomplishments of 22 Coast Guard JORTC cadets since the beginning of the school year. Awards and uniform ribbons were presented for outstanding service, performance, and conduct. The ceremony was officiated by Captain Schultz, and Barnstable High School senior and remarks were given by Cadet Commander A.J. Denton and Principal Jason Canetta. This was an outstanding event. And to conclude, our DECA program was noted. They went off to states. They had an event at the library, helping them to get prepared for the state competition. They were able parents came out, Olive Garden provided the food. You're seeing Mila and Caroline practicing their state officer speeches in front of everybody. They did a tremendous job. And then these are the co-captains representing Barnstable High School at the state competition. It's previously been noted we had a number of winners, and these are two of our winners who will be participating in DECA Nationals held in Orlando. 6 of our students participating, so great job to the DECA program, making us proud. To conclude, the Barnstable boys basketball team had the second longest win streak, 16 games in school history. Tremendous game at home against Peabody Veterans, which I've noted. Whole community came out. It was wonderful. Close win. They pulled it out down the stretch. Went on the road to play Springfield Central, a statewide power that has produced NBA prospects. Very close game. They came out just short, but it's a tremendous year for our Barnstable High School boys basketball program. We are moving in the right direction with the young guys coming up, and so congratulations on a great season. The Barnstable boys hockey team also showed out in the state tournament, an overtime win against Reading in the first round, and then a double overtime thriller on Sunday against the Varian Brothers, where they were just outstanding. Somebody has to lose. Goalie was tremendous, who's already over 1,000 saves. So a great season to our Barnstable High School hockey team. And our wrestlers, in conclusion, and I have this date correct, their banquet is tonight. It's probably still going on. Started at 6 o'clock. So a great season for our Barnstable High School wrestlers, and our athletes are already preparing to represent us well in the spring. Thank you.
All right. Item 3.5, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you. So I wanted to let the school committee and community know that we have begun our engagement with Environment Services, the mold prevention and environmental health specialists. We held an onboarding call with them over February vacation, and they hit the ground running, and we had to hold them back. They wanted to come into the schools and begin their assessments on Monday, the 24th, and we asked them to pause for a couple of days so that we could give a heads up to our principals and make a plan for their touring through our schools. They are currently spending the next few weeks assessing each school building, and they asked us to prioritize our schools, and we prioritized school buildings that have not had any assessment or DPH engagement in recent years. And so I think BCIS was perhaps the first school that they toured last Wednesday. They also visited High West and the Early Learning Center, and they're going around to all of our schools, like I said, over the next couple of weeks. And it should just be a few weeks to complete all of that. They are also working with us, too, on a communications portal, ways for staff to identify concerns, and they're already providing some consultation services on some resources and materials which we will be distributing. Our staff have been asking for do's and don'ts and suggestions on how they can help maintain healthy indoor air quality. And Megan Savage, the Director of Health and Safety with the Human Resources Department, put it together, and Environment Health helped us sort of polish it up so we can share that around. So it's going really, really well. They are a really strong team, very competent, and we look forward to working with them. I wanted to circle back based on a concerning issue that was raised at the last public comment. We had a speaker talk about an incident that happened with a student that didn't sit well, I think, with many people who were here listening. And so our administrators in the moment and then subsequently did begin the process of looking into it. And what we turned up is that it may have been a situation that happened a while ago, and there's been a lot of turnover, so I'm not sure that we will quite ever know exactly what occurred. But I did want to circle back to some of the things that were shared regarding the practices of our nurses, because what was described is really not at all consistent with what I've observed and seen and heard from in terms of our nurses, both from students and families and from their colleagues. So I do want to note the compassion and care with which our nurses execute their responsibilities. Specific to feminine hygiene products, they treat this with great discretion. Students can come into the nurse's office and obtain products immediately when they walk in the door. They could ask the nurse for products if they chose, but they don't have to. It's available. People can just grab it. And there are some products also available in the bathrooms there. They also have clothing items available, including leggings and underwear available for students to have and keep if they're experiencing an issue. So I just wanted to be clear to sort of clear up and share the care that the nurses are exhibiting with these matters. I think it's really important when concerns are risen, that they are brought to administrators' attention so we can look into them and come to some solutions in the moment. I hope this dispels some of the concerns that were raised. School Nurse Appreciation Day is going to be May 7th. It's part of a week of recognition, but I would encourage community members not to wait to reach out to thank a school nurse until then. A number of administrators and I, along with school resource officers, attended 2 virtual workshops last week. One was on the standard response protocol, and one was on the standard reunification method from the I Love You Guys Foundation, intended to really continue to strengthen our practices and common language around school safety. We're continuing to work with our SRO team and fire department emergency responders to especially look at the reunification protocols and practices, and that's been a conversation too among Cape and Islands superintendents to collaborate more regionally, because a matter that was raised about reunification is that it would likely to be a more regional response because so many people are involved. So in April, it'll come up again when we meet at Cape Cod Community College, who is one of our partners in any reunification response. It's been an absolute pleasure to get out and about for Read Across America. I want to give a shout out to Tomas at BCIS, who was one of the ambassadors who escorted me to Mrs. Rogers' kindergarten classroom, where I read, I forget the first name, but it was Somebody Wigglebottom Learns About Sportsmanship. And this was a book that Tomas selected, and I asked Tomas why he selected this book, and he thought that it would be really good and instructive for kindergarten students to learn about sportsmanship. And then I went to Miss Padini's class at BUES today, and at Mo Lovett's suggestion, I read the book If Kids Ran the World, which was a delightful read. The students ranged from if kids ran the world, it would be chaos. And if kids ran the world, gum would be allowed in school. So that was super fun. And I also had a great time admiring, they asked me to judge, but I don't like to use the word judge. I like to admire the door decorating for Black History Month. And so I perused the school doors. I want to thank Kate Scholes, Chrissy Williams, and Michael Ferreira from the Barnstable Ally Group for coordinating that, and congratulations to the winners. Last Thursday, Mr. Dwelly, Mr. Bowlanger, and I attended the town council meeting, and they unanimously approved authorization for me to submit an SOI, 2 SOIs for the Barnstable High School roof and the Barnstable Intermediate School roof. So we will polish up the final application there and submit it. And then lastly, I had the pleasure of attending the Coast Guard JROTC Award Night, and was a little bit surprised to get called up and be honored and recognized with a plank certificate, which was given to our 22 cadets and me and Mr. Canetta. And fortunately, the Coast Guard JROTC unit has also provided 5 plank awards to our school committee members, and I will read these to you. Know all ye by these presents, and to all landlubbers, sea lawyers, salts, swabs, square knot admirals, gold brickers, and other scavengers of the 7 seas, greetings. Know ye that, would be Kathy Bent, Mike Judge, Andre King, Peter Good, Jen Cullum, was an honored member of the original illustrious crew, which distinguished itself when it commissioned the U.S. Coast Guard Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps Company of Cadets at Barnstable High School on October 25th, 2024, and therefore is entitled to all rights and all privileges of a plank owner. I'm not sure what the rights and privileges are, but congratulations.
An award is an award.
And that's all I have.
Any questions or comments?
Yes, I want to thank you for digging deep on the accusations or whatever they were that were brought up at the last meeting, because I was really shocked by that, and I think I sent an email to you immediately as it came in. And I think it's really important that we correct the record, or at least speak to the things that concern citizens like that. So thank you very much for doing that.
I had the same thought, and knowing the nurses like I do, I was kind of stunned by that public comment. So I appreciate you following up on that. And now I'm going to Google plank owner, see what I get here.
Yeah, thank you for this commendation. That was a great award ceremony for the Coast Guard JROTC. And I myself heard from community members related to those comments. And our school nurses are dedicated. Many are alumni who are committed to Barnstable Public Schools. And so thank you for following up on that and to make it clear the hard and important work that they do.
I just have one question about the JROTC. So we have 22 kids in this year. I'm just thinking in the future, like, I remember we had to hit certain goals by certain spots. Like, I'm thinking further down the road. Can you just refresh my memory about, like, so we have 22, but, like, how are we doing, I guess, is my question.
We certainly want to see the program expand. The expectation with the Coast Guard is 103 years. We did start the year kind of on track for that with 33 students in the program. Some students have moved away, and some students have decided that it wasn't quite for them, which we understand. But they are doing more recruitment, and with an amazing round of course selection that's been done at the high school, I do believe the numbers are up, but I don't have the exact number. 41.
Okay, no, I was just kind of like, I just remembered when we were going through it, there were numbers, and I just wanted to see where we were at. Okay, thank you.
And some of those students are graduating, and I think there were a few underclassmen in there as well. So when they add the new group, it should.
Well, plus friends talk to friends, and it's kind of that first year, so it's only going to grow. I get it.
One thing that came up during the presentation was that they did a lot of outreach to the within Barnstable High School, and then outreach to BIS and even at the elementary level. So they've been working hard to increase those numbers. All right. Sarah, I have nothing right now, so thank you. Item 3.6, Assistant Superintendent's Report.
Thank you. I think my comments are overlapping with some that have been said, trying to go a little deeper into detail. So I'll start with the mock trial team. Congratulations to the mock trial team. This past weekend, they completed the regional round of the statewide competition held at Clark University. If you recall, the team made it to the regional round following their success in the preliminary round a few months ago. They were one of 28 teams competing in the regional competition. In this round, schools are randomly matched up with an opponent, another school district, and a coin toss determines which side of the case they'll be arguing. So Barnstable was matched against Franklin High School, and Barnstable argued the plaintiff's side in this round. Unfortunately, as you heard, they came up short with a final score of their round of 88-95. Although they lost, it was an amazing experience for the students to be competing at this intense level, and that's a quote from Ms. Holland. And if you're interested in the case that they were arguing, it was a civil lawsuit in which the plaintiff was suing the defendant for providing alcohol to minors at his son's graduation party, which led to a car accident in which the plaintiff's daughter was seriously injured. And so I just thought that that was a very interesting case for them to be arguing. And I also thought it was an opportunity, although it's not a school event, I did see some recent communication around the celebration. And just want to remind people that there is the all-night after prom party to help keep our students safe. It does benefit our students, and there are a number of ways people can get involved with fundraising, volunteering, outreach, and if you'd like more information, bhscelebration@gmail.com. I am picking up the torch from you, Mike.
Thank you. Somebody has to, and I'm glad somebody is. I'm glad it's already started, and
We
yeah,
do.
it's definitely picking.
From what I am
Keeping the going.
hearing and
Yep,
seeing, I
good.
can't
Yeah.
speak personally, I apologize, but I'm seeing that there is definitely a good movement, so.
Yep, good.
I saw them at the dump on Sunday, and I thought, oh, those poor two women sitting there in the freezing cold, and I thought that would have been you last year, Mike.
That would have been the Judge family. So yeah, for celebration, they're doing the dump this month. For the month of March, they're doing weekends. So if you have any cans, bottles for redemption, drop them off at the transfer station on Saturdays and Sundays. It's open. So please help out. It's a unbelievably great cause. We're not running it anymore, but we're like, it's still a phenomenal cause to help keep our kids safe. So.
And it is truly carried by the volunteerism.
It's been
any involvement.
I think it's the 31st year. I think it's the 31st year. I think last year was the 30th year. So 31 years, and it's always been volunteers from parents. So keep it going.
Incredible. As you heard, Read Across America. So this is Read Across America Week, and many of our K-5 schools have been celebrating Read Across America Week in recognition of Dr. Seuss's birthday. I think many of us sitting up here were invited to read at one or more of our schools. It is definitely a highlight, but I would like to recognize our reading specialists and reading interventionists, as it really is no small feat putting this event together between, creating a schedule, outreach to volunteers. Again, volunteerism is tremendously huge for these events and to make them successful. And so the follow-up to make sure that every classroom has a guest reader is truly, I think, a labor of love of our reading specialists and reading interventionists. I, too, had the chance to go to BUES today, and I shout out to Ms. Chase's classroom. They were a wonderful audience. I brought a handful of books. They selected their top two. One was Mossy by Jan Brett, and The Little Fisherman by Margaret Wise Brown, and they really seemed to enjoy it, and so I want to thank them for welcoming me into their classroom today. And then finally, we heard about the door decorating at BHS and BIS, recognizing Black History Month. I, too, was able to visit both schools on Friday to see all of the creative approaches to the door decorating contest held this month. The creativity, artistry, and research that went into these projects was clearly evident. Every year, I'm just so impressed by the range of the themes. Sometimes it is the well-known stars, but there's always digging deeper and maybe somewhat lesser-known individuals. So it's really an educational opportunity. I also really enjoyed seeing some of the local connections that were made. There are always a number of doors that have some local connection back, which again, I just think speaks to students making that connection. And then, of course, along with the many ways in which the displays are connected back to the respective content areas. And I think some of the slides, the pictures that Andre showed, you could see Hidden Figures, I think, was one of them, and that was a math classroom. So, really making those connections by the students. So congratulations and well done to all of the classrooms who participated. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Jim?
All
Peter?
set, thank you.
Andre?
All set.
I'm all set.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. All right. New business. Item 4.1, introduce Cape Cod Collaborative new executive director, Hope Hanscom. Would you like to come up?
Yeah.
Introduce yourself and let us know about you.
Sure. I'm going to start with a joke.
Sounds
You've
good.
been working on this all night.
I've had a few minutes. When does a joke become a dad joke?
Ooh.
When the punchline becomes apparent. And my dad is the king of bad dad jokes. He was an English teacher in my high school growing up. And so I didn't steal that one from him, but I do steal ones from him all the time. So thanks for having me. My name is Hope Hanscom. I am the new executive director for the Cape Cod Collaborative. I started on January 21st. You are my second of 19 school committee meetings this month, and I'm heading to Bourne after I'm finished here tonight for my second one tonight. No, it's actually, I'm excited about it because I don't have to do bedtime at home. No, I'm just kidding. No, because I'm getting a chance to meet all of you. I haven't met, Andre in person yet, so I'm really thrilled to see you. And it's also, we're very pressed for time in order to move the Articles of Agreement forward into DESE by April 1st in order to bring Plymouth on board. So I came from Mashpee Public Schools. I was the assistant superintendent there for the last 8 years. I live in Mashpee as well. So my 10th grader is no longer able to ask me for lunch money, even though he doesn't need lunch money, but the extras cost something. And I am so thrilled to be at the Collaborative. It's a wonderful place that provides some amazing services to all of our kids, from P-Town to the islands up to Wareham and soon to be Plymouth as well. It's been a warm welcome, cold winter, but and we have a lot to do, but I'm really, really, really excited to do it. So thanks for having me.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to, oh, any comments or questions?
Nothing, just welcome, and thank you for coming tonight. Drive safe.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll let you go to Bourne. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, I'm hoping to stay until you do the vote so I can get the signature
Yep.
live, because I'm stalking people is basically what's happening. But keep going. No, you're fine.
Good to see you in person.
Thanks,
Welcome.
Andre.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Nice seeing you.
Yeah,
I feel like we've met. You look familiar.
I know, I think I do know.
Everybody knows
because,
Kathy.
Anyway.
Unfortunately. All right, item 4.2. I just lost my place, I've been scrolling. Okay. Approve Plymouth Public Schools as a member district of Cape Cod Collaborative. I'm going to turn the explanation. You want to do that? I didn't know whether to, okay.
It's up to you all, but I'm happy to do it. So long before my time at the Collaborative, the conversations with Plymouth began, and the interest was shown in joining the Collaborative. So they've been adjunct members of the Collaborative for the past year, I believe. We do have a representative who comes to all of the board meetings. They voted on Monday night to approve the amended Articles of Agreement to officially join the Collaborative. And so what needs to happen moving forward is the board of the Cape Cod Collaborative voted, as Andre mentioned, to approve the amended Articles of Agreement. Now we need all of our member districts to do so. And we need at least 10 of the member districts to approve the changes to the Articles of Agreement in order for Plymouth to join by July 1. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the components of this, but what has changed in the Articles of Agreement is adding Plymouth, and then any legal changes that were required that have changed since the last time the articles were opened. The articles were opened in 2015 last, so DESE gave us a few pieces that we needed to update. Just a little spoiler alert, moving forward as we do strategic planning, which I think hasn't really been done at the Collaborative since 2010, I'll be back to talk to you in a year or so to open up the Articles of Agreement again and to amend them to better reflect the Collaborative's work and what our mission and vision are. But for today, so that we can meet the deadline of April 1st, because it's sort of a sprint, it's just to add Plymouth at this point.
Move to approve the amended Articles of Agreement for the Cape Cod Collaborative as presented in tonight's material.
Okay, discussion. Does anybody have any questions
I have
or
no
comments?
questions.
Peter? Andre?
Yeah, for me, as I alluded, the meetings that have taken place, including the Plymouth School Committee, have been productive. This was something Paul shepherded for some years. I believe he was supportive. I personally am supportive. It's been great to collaborate with those school committee members. Plymouth's right there. It's a large district, and I think working together is beneficial for all districts involved.
Mike?
No, I'm all set.
So As a former board member of the collaborative, I do have some concerns about adding any member school, not Plymouth in and of Plymouth, but I know the space is limited, the programs are limited. I'm concerned about whether admitting a new district to the collaborative is going to have an impact on Barnstable Public Schools students who need placement in the types of programs that they offer, and if so, how? So I'm wondering if, Sarah, you might be able to speak to whether or not our students who are through the team process are recommended for the collaborative, and whether or not they're able to get a seat in the appropriate programs.
So I think Hope might be able to jump in here as well. We do sometimes try to place students at the collaborative and are successful and have students at both Star and at Waypoint. Sometimes it's not an appropriate placement for a student or a combination of students. And then I think realistically, like, school districts have been having some challenges with staffing. The collaborative is not unique in that regard as well. They've also had some staffing challenges like we have, particularly in special education. So I would say that it's not one way or another. The way Paul Hilton had described it to the Cape and Island superintendents, though, is that enrollment is decreasing on Cape Cod. And so there does need to be a continued influx of students from an enrollment standpoint, not only in our districts, but also at the collaborative in order to sustain programs. So I think the collaborative is also a little vulnerable to becoming too small. So it's sort of both, right? I think it will come down to there may be situations and individual circumstances where there are not enough seats, and there also may be, perfect placement opportunities that occur as well. Some of it's timing, in terms of the timing that the seats are open, and that we're, happening to look for a placement for a child. But overall, Paul was concerned, and we'll talk tonight a little bit about the budget and enrollment across Cape Cod and how many students are fewer here in the last 5 years, that Plymouth as a larger district, I think he saw it as helping to bolster the longevity, really. And so I maybe
No, you did it great
pitch it
because
over
I'm
to
new.
Hope.
So no, but working in Mashpee, we were part of the collaborative as well. The other piece that I've learned in my month so far is that Plymouth has been participating heavily in the collaborative for the last 5 years or so. I believe their Waypoint options, they've been allowed to pre-purchase slots at that rate of pre-purchasing slots that our members have. I just found that out because we're looking at FY26's budget, and I was trying to figure out what would the difference be with Plymouth coming on board, and in fact, it's very little. And so I think the idea was they are already accessing so many of the services, and if they're more likely to choose Cape Cod Collaborative for one kid, that can make a huge difference in terms of our ability to grow and expand our programming. So, I mean, I don't have a huge horse in the race only because I'm just so new to this experience, but it does not feel, I have not come across a downside around them coming on board in terms of still being able to meet the needs in the member districts. Currently, we don't have a wait list based on space. Our wait lists might be based on staffing, and that I don't think will change because of Plymouth coming in.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mike?
So I guess just a question for Sarah. I know we usually have a certain amount of slots. Is our number of, I guess the question that Kathy was asking but a different way is, so we have, like 15 slots, or whatever the number is for slots. Is that going to change with Plymouth coming in, or are we going to next year have the same allocation of slots that we've always kind of had?
So each year,
Is it a little different?
co-directors, it's a little different depending upon our best prediction,
Yep.
given the student population. I don't know that it'll change. Chris is
Wholeheartedly.
saying no.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no limit from the perspective of the collaborative.
Yeah, it's the staff.
Barnstable can
Right.
decide how many slots, and you're going
Right.
to get somebody's going to get a letter soon asking for your slots so we can finalize our budget, but we will not be limiting what you are able to
Okay.
choose. It'll be up to you all.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And I'm going to vote no. but motion carries.
Are you willing to sign as the chair? Because I do.
I support the vote of the board, and I will sign your paper right now. Yes, you may approach. Do you have 2 copies by any chance?
No, but I'll send you one tomorrow, I promise.
Is that good?
Sorry, I'm like on the run.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It was nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Likewise. We've got a packed agenda tonight, so I still might get home before you all.
Probably.
Today is 3/5.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
All right, good night, everyone.
Yeah, oh, there you go. All right. Item 4.3, approve the Barnstable Community Innovation School Plan renewal.
For me. So Principal Kristen Mendel is here along with her team who presented at the workshop at the last school committee meeting. The materials from that presentation were placed in board docs, and I guess I'll just share, the process of an innovation plan renewal comes from the school to the superintendent and then gets presented to the school committee based on my support. And I am supportive of the community innovation plans renewal for the next 5 years. I think that they did tremendous work in coming together as a team and coming together as a school. And I think I'm particularly impressed with kind of the overwhelming vote and support of the faculty and staff there. I've said before, with something like an innovation plan and particularly the autonomies, there's a reciprocal responsibility in leadership, and that's definitely been on display and demonstrated by members of the faculty and staff. So I commend Kristen Mendel and her team, and with that, I will stop and just say that I support it.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, everybody was looking at me. I was daydreaming. Move to approve the Barnstable Community Innovation School Plan renewal as presented in tonight's material.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Go ahead,
I just
Mike.
have one concern, and I'm certainly in favor of it.
Go right ahead.
My only concern is, I brought it up the last one. I know 5 years ago it was, we're going to try like cutting edge stuff and then it's going to go out to the district. I have real concerns that nothing ever went out to the district of any substance, we'll say. So I would like, I'm voicing my concern that over this 5 years, I would like to see, you guys did awesome job doing this. Like, honestly, I'll be honest with you, you've changed my mind
Thank you.
by all the work you've done. Wholeheartedly, I'm supporting it. My only concern is that try stuff. If it works, it's going to go out through PD, through the superintendent's office. It needs to go out to the rest of the district because we don't have just one school in elementary. We have 5. So all the kids should be taking advantage of what you're all learning. So that's my only reservation to this. But other than that, I support it 100%.
Mike, I agree wholeheartedly, and wait and see. We're going to create
Like I
bridges
said,
and connections.
Yep, thank you.
Kathy,
So
can I just
excited
know
to
one
do so.
thing?
Yes.
I've brought this up a few times. They probably all hate me for it, but the MCAS score is very impressive, and I think it means something. I truly do, and some people poo-poo MCAS scores, but this is very impressive. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can I jump in just on Mike's comment?
Sure.
I've talked with Kristen and shared it with the steering group, and Kristen Harmon and I have also talked. I just want to note that I'm listening to your comment about bringing it to part of the larger district, and I think, as district leaders, in our support of the school and its renewal, it would be incumbent upon us to create the environment and set the stage and facilitate that.
It just has to be some sort of system to get it out to the greater.
Absolutely. That is the inherent purpose of an innovation school.
I know.
Through Massachusetts.
Exactly, I agree.
So,
Yep.
That's our plan.
Anything else? All right. I have a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Good
Thank you
luck.
so much.
Congratulations.
I just want to, I appreciate all of you, and I want to send a big shout out to appreciation of this crew that has sat behind here so diligently and
Did an
patiently.
unbelievable job.
Thank you
honestly.
so
You guys
much.
should be really, really proud of yourselves.
Thank you. Thank you so
Honestly.
much.
I'm looking forward to the bilingual piece to see how that carries out. I think it's going to present a lot of options for families.
I'm headed to Mabe this weekend for the big conference, so hopefully I
good.
get a lot of information.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to request a motion to table item 4.5.
We're going to do 4.4.
Oh, 4.4, superintendent mid-year review process. This mid-year review process is informal compared to the annual review process. This is just a reminder to schedule your meetings through Jen with the superintendent to have the one-on-one discussions. So now I'll ask for item 4.5 to be tabled.
Move to table item 4.5, approve revised Director of Technology job description.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's tabled to the next meeting. Item 4.6, revised policy AC non-discrimination, including harassment and retaliation. On item 4.6, this is a first read only, so we're looking for feedback. These were some changes that were made to be in line and with requirements that are coming down through the state. So minor wording changes to clean up that language. And
Can I jump in for a second? So this is related to some of the Title IX amendments that changed. They changed in August of '24, and then they have subsequently reverted back to the 2020 amendments. This is Michael Joyce's recommended language.
Okay.
Right. And then item 4.7, revised policy IKF graduation requirements. This is a follow-up to the revision that we made that included some competency determinations in a separate area because of the not having MCAS as a statewide graduation requirement. And we reviewed the graduation requirements that would be in effect starting next school year at the earliest, and basically just made sure we were in line with state core. So again, first read for people to provide feedback. Item 4.8, revised policy JICFB, the bullying prevention. This is tied to policy AC and making sure, again, that the policies are in line with recent legal updates. And then controversial, item 4.9, revised, it's actually revised policy JIJCA. It's actually was a first draft of a new cell phone policy that came to the committee because we thought we had heard previously, prior to the past meeting, that a district-wide policy might make it easier for each individual school to make sure that they had what they needed to support teachers and teaching and learning in the classrooms. So I look forward to all the information. I take the suggestions. We've received some comments individually, and I'll give Peter a chance to talk. Some ideas behind surveying families, surveying teachers, rethinking it. But the intention behind working on the policy was what we thought we were being asked to do previously to help support the teaching and learning and in the classroom. So I appreciate your speaking to that this evening. Peter?
No, I agree. I thought we were doing what we were asked to do. Maybe we did too good of a job. I don't know. Certainly the Attorney General has sent to all cities and towns recommendations for a cell phone policy, and it's coming. It's going to happen. I certainly have no problem delaying this for a month or something, another month. Give us information, survey. I thought the survey happened last year. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I heard Jason say the number one thing his staff asked was help with the cell phones. And when we were writing this policy, you know, we're trying to include, you know, just a thought to say, kind of frame of mind where we were in. We're trying to, it's not just a cell phone policy. And it was like, what's available to these kids nowadays that provides a distraction from learning? And we had to include cell phones, smartphones, headphones, earbuds, smartwatches, tablets, laptops, gaming devices. In my days at school, the only distraction was looking out a window, I think. So there's a lot there. I know the policy committee is simply trying to help. That's all we're doing. I didn't get elected to put a ban on cell phones. It never did. You never heard that from me. But I'm here to help any way I can. I know we went on a trip to Brockton. We saw it always slips my mind, the Yonder pouches, and everyone was so impressed with that. And again, it gained momentum. And budget-wise, it's not a realistic thing. Excuse me, Brooke? Well, no, it's. I think in our third paragraph, it was left up to the principal's discretion to put in the handbook. I believe. Well, that's what the intent was, and maybe it's not written correct. I don't know, but we gave strict guidelines, and if the principal of any building wants to adjust it a little bit, I think it was like up to him or her. Isn't that what it says?
We really need feedback.
I love feedback, sure. No problem. No problem at all.
Yeah.
And we weren't like imposing this next month. Or
No,
anything
that
like
was
this.
the other thing I should have brought up. A policy that would actually impact every single student in the district I would think would never be implemented partway through. The policies that we implement as of the approval dates are the policies that we really must implement. Correct. Because it's either mandated by law or it's really critical to the operation of the buildings. I should have, in my previous comment, emphasized the fact that something that would change the general school day or the environment, similar to like a change in a schedule or a change in bus routines or something like that, would never be implemented in my perspective as one of 5 in the middle of the school year. Jen?
So a couple things. Yeah, no on this, and we'll start there. I mean, to me, it doesn't merge at all with what Principal Canetta was talking with us about the other day, or was it a month ago now, where we were seeing such strides and actually a really great relationship coming between teachers who needed the help and administration helping them on certain issues. It also really doesn't talk about the elephant in the room, which is like the shared Google Doc, which becomes a text document between students. So, like I said last meeting, I feel like we're nibbling around the edges at a responsibility that we could never crush it, because there's too many things working from the outside. I would rather see, like we discussed, or maybe I just said it, maybe I dream about it, I don't know, that we start with the younger grades, training them, because I don't know how you're going to tell an 18-year-old that they can go die for their country, but they can't have a cell phone in school. So I think there's a lot of issues around it. I definitely do not support any sort of a blanket thing. I don't support any sort of a discretionary thing on the part of a principal. If we're going to have a policy, I think it needs to be broader than that and recognize what the pressures are and other things. But thank you.
Sarah, could you, if you probably have a better memory than I, on what the Attorney General is recommending?
The Attorney General's proposed legislation, I believe, is a bell-to-bell ban on cell phones.
It's a ban?
Yep.
Yeah.
If I can weigh in, relative from two perspectives. First of all, related to Attorney General Campbell's proposed legislation, which was crafted with local Cape and Islands lawmakers. I don't believe, everyone is attempting to find solutions related to the issues that our young people are having because they are never away from their technology. So that's an issue. It's clear, it's undeniable. Whatever, if you want to watch, whatever documentary, it's just a fact of the matter. So that's how I'm looking at this. But then again, let me put my teacher hat on, being in a classroom with 8th graders all day long. It's not one thing to pass something. How are you going to enforce what you decide on? Recognize that our society is saturated with technology. So you're setting people up to fail. As has been noted, if you create a stringent policy that one teacher with 25 8th graders in a room can in no way, shape, or fashion enforce. So I believe we're in agreement on that, but I just want to note, while we're having this discussion about cell phones, there are problems related to youth and their inability to detach themselves from technology. These are developing minds. These are not mature minds. And they're, however you want to break this down. My 8th graders were in 3rd grade during the pandemic. So their 3rd grade year was all technology. And I experienced the results of that, not having that socialization in those developmental years. And I think a lot of our intermediate teachers are seeing that. So I'm in favor of this discussion. I would like the discussion to continue. I'm 100% on board with participating and having the conversation. I know there's 2 school committee members on the policy subcommittee, but if there was a workshop, if there was a forum, I'm there. And I think families, communities would be there. This district has done a tremendous job in terms of cybersecurity in conjunction with the district attorney's office to make parents aware of things that are taking place in technology that you're even somebody like myself, you're just not aware of. So that's how I would like to see. I think I commend the policy subcommittee for addressing this, creating, but this needs to be honed, refined, something potentially going into the summer. I'll be here, we'll be here, to kind of hash out after this school year so we can put something in place going into next school year that's going to be effective.
All right,
So,
Mike?
I guess, Peter, and I'm not against, and maybe it didn't come out right, but I guess my confusion with this, as I said before, was more, I thought the principal, when he came, like Jen, I thought things were getting better. And it was like kind of the end of the meeting was like, okay, like it's getting better. It's way better than it was. He was kind of like, yeah, I want to keep like going, like keep the ball rolling, helping staff that's having problems and just kind of keep the ball rolling. So for me, I would want to see that to keep like, let's roll that ball as far as we can roll it before we try going to a different strategy. Like, who knows how far that's going to go? Maybe that's going to it's never going to fix the entire problem. And it's not just kids. You're 100% Andre, right? It's kids, but I'll be honest with you. Look at any adult, go into any grocery store, stand at a deli. Everybody's on their phone. Like, that's society. And you know what kids learn from? Their parents. And you know what? I'm just as bad as everybody else. This thing is glued to me. And you know what? My kids growing up saw dad on his phone constantly and mom on their phone constantly. Well, then what happens when they get a phone? They're on their phone constantly. So I think it's a bigger societal issue. But to me, I kind of want to see that whole what Principal Kennett is doing. I want to see that go to the end. And then if at the end we still have a problem, well, then we can have other discussions about where we go from there. But I think only giving him 6 months to figure out the problem, it sounds like he's making it a lot better, and the staff is working on it, and everybody's kind of working on it. And Brooke, for you to say that we shouldn't do a phone ban, because you and I had a really heated conversation about 3 or 4 years ago, and for the public, for Brooke Stice to tell me that, Mike, this shouldn't be going into a thing, I believe you 1,000%, Brooke, because you know what? We had multiple really heated conversations about a phone ban about 4 years ago. And for Brooke to tell me that we shouldn't be doing a phone ban, you're all set in my book, Brooke. So not in this way. So I just, to me, I think we just need to keep going the course we're going until it comes to a conclusion, and then we take up the next part after that and figure out what we need to do next after that. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. All right, finance and facilities, item 5.1, fiscal 26 budget. Oh, did I get another thing? Oh, 410. Yes, keep scrolling. 410, dissolution of the school committee subcommittee on school committee goals. So this is coming on the agenda after last month's meeting, as I explained earlier, where we already approved the final meeting of the subcommittee on school committee goals.
So move to dissolve the school committee subcommittee on school committee goals.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Is there a discussion? Jen? Peter?
I thought Jen's analogy with the baby was it was very perfect. The goals were received, approved.
Okay.
I think we're
Andre?
done. That's what we do.
I move that we postpone this matter until the next
We
schedule.
can't entertain a motion while there's a motion on the floor that's already been seconded.
Excuse me, I can't interrupt
That's
a
right.
speaker.
So we have a motion on the floor.
Yes.
You can speak to the motion, but you cannot make another motion.
When would I be able to postpone said motion, Chair?
You can vote no.
No, I'm requesting a motion to postpone this matter is what I'm asking.
We can't because there's a motion on the floor. We need to deal with the motion on the floor first, unless you want to amend that motion.
Thank you, Kathy. I move that we amend this motion to suspend, to dissolve the goal subcommittee. I move that we amend said motion to table.
That's a different motion, tabling.
I move that school committee, that would be a part of the vote. Again, I cannot interrupt the speaker to propose this, but I have to allow you to put the motion. So when would I be able to? When would I be able to put a motion to postpone this if I can't interrupt the speaker, Chair?
Yeah, you had to do it before you did the
Julie?
motion.
But point of information, you can't amend what's on there if you come up with
Sure.
phraseology.
I would like to amend this motion to continue the goals subcommittee in a time frame of 1 month, at which point a meeting would take place, after which the school committee could consider the dissolution of the subcommittee. That is my motion. Do I have a second?
Is there a second? There's no second.
Seeing no second,
So
motion is canceled. Now, may I comment now?
speak to the motion.
Yes. Again, I want to make the community quite aware of how this has taken place at the last minute. Not included on the original agenda for the school committee, added at the last minute on Monday, the last point in time that an agenda item can be noted. And I want to make the community crystal clear. When you're talking about a 5 or 10 or 15-year window, there is work to be done. I also want to speak to this notion that once we approved a goal, there was immediately time to dissolve the school committee. If that was the case, community members, then when this goal was approved at the January meeting, we would have been having discussions either at that meeting or at our last meeting about dissolving the goals school committee. No such discussion took place. In fact, community members, it was only after I proposed an amendment to examine why the bee with the feather, which was approved by the Wampanoag tribe, was not considered when we made the decision to change our mascot, which a community member and educator spoke to, related to Barnstable being an anti-racist school district, which is the reason in the first place that we have a new name and logo. People are under the perception that the Barnstable Public Schools are the Red Hawks because we wanted to rebrand. We were looking for something new and fresh.
So can you just speak to
I'm speaking to the goals subcommittee and the work that I believe is. I'm sorry.
You're speaking about a vote that had taken place to change the mascot right now. So please confine your comment to
The goals subcommittee.
this goals subcommittee dissolution.
Yes. And I'm making the community very aware that this was something the goals subcommittee was willing and able to take up, which many community members feel passionately about, based on what we see at our athletic events. Many students, former, known as alumni, wearing Red Raider Forever apparel, having questions as to why.
Okay, so Andre, you're now getting into.
Having questions.
Point of order. I
need to
make a
speak.
motion to move the question.
Is there a second to move the question?
Second.
Discussion.
This is a.
Discussion.
There's no discussion. There's no discussion or debate on a motion to move a question. All those in favor of moving the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Now we're back to the original motion, which is a motion was made and seconded to dissolve the school committee subcommittee on school committee goals. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Item 5.1, fiscal year 26 budget presentation. Sarah and Chris.
Hi. So we are back with our March 5th update related to the FY26 budget. And I hope what we convey to you is just how much thought, conversation, deliberation, and consideration has gone into putting this together. It was extraordinarily difficult given the financial circumstances we are in. Which you heard more about at the workshop, and then the initial budget presentation on February 5th. I want to thank Chris before I go any further, though, for all of the tremendous work that's been happening behind the scenes to put this together, and also for thought partnership and creative thinking. The budget timeline brings us here to the budget update in advance of the public hearing, which is in 2 weeks. Your vote is scheduled for April 2nd, after which we would submit the budget to the town manager. I'll turn it over to Chris.
Last month, when we provided the committee with our level service budget projection, at the time we had close to a $2 million deficit. So as Sarah mentioned, we've been quite busy over the past 4 weeks to refine that and present to you a balanced budget, which we have for you this evening. This slide is a summary of the large categories, the main categories that we budget for, and you'll see the year-over-year difference between FY25 and what's being proposed at this point for FY26. I'll point out a couple of significant changes that I think are notable since we last met a month ago. On the supplies and the operating contracted services line, you'll see a larger than normal increase. We've got close to a 40% increase for the supplies and almost a 10% increase for the operating contracted services. A lot of that is one-time costs for projects, curriculum review, and some other items that we'll get into detail later in the presentation. But I just wanted to point that out in case those numbers jumped out at you. Related to that, if you look down at our savings account, the year-over-year increase is 53%. That's the corresponding increase. We're using savings to fund those one-time projects, so that's why you see a big jump there. But overall, we're coming in at just under 5% for a proposed budget for FY26.
that 4.75% is significantly lower than budgets we've seen in recent years. And I'll get into it a little bit later. 5% is where we need to be in order to maintain level service. So you will be hearing tonight about a number of offsets and reductions for this budget. So while it's balanced, it's a difficult one, and I'm very concerned. For you and for the community, I want to be sure to share the broader context of our fiscal situation, which is actually reflective of a statewide trend. We are seeing difficult circumstances in communities all across Massachusetts, and some districts are even facing current year shortfalls. We are not in that position, but it is something that's happening statewide. MASS, which is the Superintendent's Association, and MASC, your school committee association, have recently issued a position paper calling this the perfect storm of budgeting challenges. It includes the expiration of ESSER funding that came from the federal government as a result of the pandemic, escalating expenses, in particular due to inflationary pressures, the idea that Chapter 70 state aid to schools is not keeping up with inflation, that they capped Chapter 70 at a lower amount back when inflation was closer to 7 and 8%, that they capped Chapter 70, I think, to 4.5%. We are experiencing an enrollment decrease, which is creating a few areas where we have some low class sizes, and that provides some room to shrink a little bit. But that enrollment decrease has me really concerned about our competitiveness across the Cape, given that there are fewer students on Cape Cod, therefore school choice is even more competitive. We went from $5 million in SOA funding 2 years ago to be a minimum aid community. This is in part due to an enrollment decrease. It is also reflective of the state's formula and its analysis of the required local contribution, expecting a higher local contribution as a result of in large part, the property values. Circuit breaker, the reimbursement for high-cost special education is not fully funded. And then at the end of the day, the local revenue is not increasing fast enough to make up the difference. And we are seeing this over and over again across communities in the state. This is not anticipated to be a one-year problem. And a new coalition, United for Our Future, is calling on state officials to provide adequate funding to remedy these structural deficits in district budgets. So we're talking about big structural issues. In your slide, there is some linked media coverage that is talking more about this. But I would note just that United for Our Future is a pretty big collection of groups that aren't always seeing eye to eye. The Superintendent's Association, school committees, the business officials, and the two biggest unions, the Mass Teachers Association and the American Federation for Teachers. In terms of enrollment, this is a slide that you've seen before. From 2019 to 24, the Cape Towns collectively had a decrease of approximately 2,200 students. And so I note that school choice is even more competitive than it has ever been. Percentage-wise, Barnstable is faring better than other communities in terms of retaining the number of students here in town, where other communities are decreasing more rapidly and faster than we are. But again, it does create a more competitive school choice environment. Exception here in terms of growth is Dennis Yarmouth. So coming into this budget, I shared these priorities with you, first in presenting a balanced budget. But given some of the decisions and some of the choices that you'll see tonight, I did weigh what it would look like to present two budgets, one that was balanced and one that wasn't. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Trying our best to support the district improvement plan goals, and you'll see some things related to curriculum and instruction that are in the budget or we're aiming to preserve in the budget. I have an asterisk on facilities, maintenance, and operating costs. This is something that I had hoped to be able to provide better support to, and we are pretty much level funding or level service funding our maintenance and operations at a time when we really need to be doing more. But I'll talk a little bit about our strategy and our leveraging of resources. We're trying our best to attend to a diverse set of student needs in an equitable way across all of our schools. I will say the team has looked and looked and looked at efficient and effective systems. We are monitoring class sizes. This budget does not propose to drive class sizes up to ridiculous levels. I think we have to recognize that families choose school communities based on class size. So we're looking to maintain class sizes in the high teens, low 20s range, which is where most of our numbers are, although we are seeing some decreased, and we're actually proposing to increase a couple teachers at one school because we anticipate an increase in enrollment and also caseloads. Sustainability is a concern. Of course, we want to be fiscally responsible, and I think that we've done more than our due diligence to take a look at all of the line items and how everything is accounted for. We're running out of tools in our toolbox. Preserving programs has been a priority. Again, very concerned about regional competitiveness. Fortunately, there's nothing here being presented tonight that is a loss of a program in its entirety, trying to preserve what makes Barnstable the best on Cape Cod, which I think is our size, which then affords a breadth of offerings, both academic and extracurricular. But I think I'm worried long-term, and we'll talk more about that. And the current situation is not sustainable. We really need more like 5% for level service beyond adding anything that we might look to increase. At the workshop, you heard about the site department priorities. I'm not going to belabor this, but they were very, very modest in coming forward from our principals and from our departments. And major themes, a lot was around contracted services and supplies and inflationary costs that are increasing in a couple key areas, and then attending to student needs for English language learning and special education. So our approach in terms of going from a level service budget, which was about a $1.5 million deficit, to where we are now, what do we need to include in the FY26 budget? What was coming forward that we are mandated to provide? We considered what are we currently doing that's providing a good return on investment and what might yield some cost savings. So you'll see a few things added to the budget that we think have a disproportionate ROI or might yield savings in the future, and carefully considering our one-time costs. There are some one-time suggestions in here. We did also take some things off the table. We are doing everything we can to think really comprehensively about the funding tools we have available to us, and we're leveraging resources as much as possible through a strategic application of savings, which we'll talk a little bit more about, the capital program and how we can leverage the capital program to alleviate concerns for maintenance and operations. As you know, seeking state reimbursement for high-cost facilities projects, which should, again, if we move forward and hopefully we get accepted, have some state funds to support new roofs, which then reduce the maintenance costs for the upkeep and repair of leaks. Chris has gone painstakingly through various expenses in the budget and figured out where we can take allowable costs and charge them to healthy revolving accounts versus relying on the operating budget for those expenses. We have worked with Jackie Gillis, the grants manager, to carry over unexpended grant funding into future years so that we're spreading those resources over multiple years. What's not listed here is a continued focus on bringing in as much Medicaid reimbursement as we can. Anything above $300,000, Mark Milne has agreed to earmark and set aside for the school department. And so we have not realized returns on that, but that is after some training and professional development, an area of focus so that we can contribute more to bringing in some revenue. We reviewed all our vacancies and our positions very carefully. We examined class sizes and caseloads. We accounted or considered who was retiring, do we know of any resignations, so as to minimize the impact to individuals with any reductions that might be made. For the second year in a row, we are proposing increased user fees in order to help account for the idea that things are costing more. That would include increased rental fees, increased fees for athletics and transportation. Also hearing from you last year that you would prefer to see incremental increases at a smaller level than going years and years and then bumping it up to a large degree. Unfortunately, after all of this, we were still faced with a budget deficit. I had a meeting with staff on Monday. I told them that there were 18 positions. We ran the numbers again Monday night, still had several $100,000 to go, so 18 positions expanded to over 20. As I said, in parentheses, this is sort of a decision-making tree and things that we kind of worked through in terms of making decisions to bring forward a balanced budget, and that was reducing programs as a last resort. Again, there's no proposed programs being suggested here, so it's in parentheses and noted, but I wanted to kind of share the thought process for our approach. Chris?
This is a summary of the changes that have occurred over the past 4 weeks. We've got all the detail of these in future slides, so I just wanted to summarize kind of the total activity that occurred over the past month. Next slide. This slide is one that you've seen before. This is a summary of our major budget drivers. The only 2 areas here, or 3 areas I will say, that have changed since you last saw it. One is the salary and wages. This has actually gone down. It's a year-over-year increase, but this has gone down since you last saw it, given those 20-plus position cuts that Sarah just mentioned. The second area that has changed is the special education increase. We ended up reducing the out-of-district tuition by about $150,000 to finally close the budget gap. We're looking at our current spend this year, what's been proposed for next year, and we think that, we can absorb that reduction of 150, given that we're still providing an increase next year, and we'll be okay. And lastly is the additional line at the bottom of savings account support. So we're adding an additional $908,000 of savings to what was previously proposed. That $908,000 is strictly for 3 one-time projects that'll occur in FY26. They will not recur after that.
I'm hoping that through this presentation tonight, we can convince you that this is a wise approach to use savings. I know you're reluctant to. The $1.9 million in savings is year 2 of a 4-year plan that we had laid out for you last year to bring in ESSER-funded positions into the district and then decrease reliance on savings for their inclusion. The next $900,000 is recurring savings support. It's indicative of a very conservative estimate of revenue initially, and the town revenue projections have always been on the low side, and we see much larger than expected returns. If it were less conservative from the beginning, then there would be more revenue available for operations. And so looking to have you see that recurring savings support as something somewhat reliable to count on for operations. And then we can very clearly point to these one-time purchases to support curriculum and instruction, which I know is a priority, particularly for you with respect to elementary math, and something that we've talked about really needing to focus on for academics. Later on, we'll talk a little bit about the updated capital plan. The updated capital plan provides an opportunity for us to do more borrowing. So the $2.2 million that we had expected to spend in capital projects is actually considerably lower next year for our capital program, which opens up some funding and savings that you otherwise would have expected to pay for capital projects. More will be in the borrowing category. So in terms of recommended investments, these are what we're calling kind of mandated or required items to add to the budget from level service. That includes increased out-of-district tuition, contracted services for special education. That includes the investment of a Crossroads consultant to work with our Crossroads team, which is beneficial to both the staff and the students, and I think critical in terms of creating the best program we can to keep kids in district. The Q interactive assessment for our school psychologists, which is an upfront cost for the technology through iPads, but should have savings in terms of print-based materials later on. And then DocuSign, which we are exploring for electronic signatures. I think that'll help with, I'm hoping that helps with the communication with families about IEPs, getting signatures back, meeting timelines, and savings on postage. West Villages currently is our largest K-3 school with 2 special educators with very large caseloads. So the request is one that I support to add a special education teacher at West Villages. BUE saw a reduction in 2 classroom teachers last year, with their 5th grade class being considerably smaller than in recent history. The 4th grade class is larger than the 5th grade class, and the incoming grade 4 cohort is just as large as the current 4th grade class. So they, in order to maintain the required class sizes per our contract, and also I think to do what's right by kids, we are proposing 2 additional classroom teachers for BUE. Good news with respect to our alternative learning program in ACE. They're having a great year. It is very successful. Students are enrolled. We have, I think, 55 students enrolled in ACE, and a growing EL population there that needs EL instruction. So adding a half-time teacher for the ACE program is going to be necessary. We have an additional need for 3 instructional assistants to support students in the NEC program. So that is the next item. In order to maintain our current phone services, we need to upgrade to voice over IP, so there's funding there for that. We are in a 4-year laptop lease, and we need to replace our nurses' laptops, so we are putting funding in there for that. And then in terms of tech equipment, looked further into the cybersecurity keys. We reduced the amount from what was originally requested. We got a better quote from the company. We want to give faculty and staff the option to either use a fob or their personal cell phone. I don't think that as a district we can mandate that somebody uses their personal cell phone for the multi-factor authentication. So this would provide staff with the opportunity to choose whether or not they wanted to use their phone or the fobs. It will save the district a little bit of money. This is a requirement that we go to multi-factor authentication by our insurance carrier for cybersecurity. And then we have a number of staff, like paraprofessionals, who have Chromebooks. They are at the end of their useful life. They cannot be maintained. They cannot be upgraded. And we need them to make sure that those staff members can do their jobs. So those investments total $1.1 million. And there's a lot that didn't make the cut. In some areas has me a little nervous, but we'll see how enrollment goes, and we may come back to you with some requests later on. We have some budget neutral offsets, particularly in the area of special education. As students move through the district, we have some students who are coming up from the Early Learning Center and BCIS. We are planning to have an ILC as part of the innovation plan renewal. One of the conversations we had was kind of a missed opportunity for that inclusion model at BCIS, and they are embracing the idea of having students with more significant special needs within their school community, which is awesome, and it also kind of creates another opportunity at another school in the district. So we would reallocate a staff member to teach there in a budget neutral way. Similarly, we have a large grade 3 cohort coming up to BUE, so we would reallocate a special education teacher to support ILC students at BUE. BIS, also, we're seeing an expansion. We expected this to happen. This is something that has been kind of predicted for some time. Reallocate a staff member to create a new ILC classroom at BIS. I really believe in the community mentor program. I think this is one of those areas where we're seeing what I would call that disproportionate return on investment with our incredible community members who come in and work with students. So I am proposing to reallocate $30,000 from my professional development budget line towards additional community mentor hours, in part because I think it's consistent with the mission of that PD line and the professional development that these relationships are building around things like circles and building community and culturally responsive teaching. Looking to reallocate a campus monitor position into a full-time community mentor in a budget-neutral way. Again, I think that is kind of a twofer in terms of what the campus monitors do and provide and how the community mentor can enhance that. And then, as we had previewed in the workshop, Principal Canetta, and he has seen this model in another district, I want to say Silver Lake, where one of the associate principal positions would be reallocated or rethought, still to be an associate principal level position in charge of a hub, but in charge of the 300 plus students that are part of the CTE program. So would have kind of some associate principal responsibilities, but also be in charge of the CTE program. Right now, the responsibilities are distributed among curriculum coordinators. It's actually kind of a heavy lift to coordinate and have consistency. This would bring it all within one hub and also be student serving and student facing with students who are enrolled in a CTE program. So those are some budget neutral offsets. So now we get into detailing some reallocations and reductions. And on this slide, I'm sharing things that I'm determining to be sort of mitigation strategies so that we're preserving positions and thinking creatively and smartly. And then also areas where we're addressing some low class sizes and then reducing positions based on class size. So district-wide, as I had noted, Chris has looked at a number of positions and their work and work hours, figuring out what portion of their salaries could be attributed to revolving accounts. This includes things like custodial services during lunch, which is an allowable cost for the food service program. It also includes things like in athletics for the athletic revolving account. If you have other questions, I'm sure Chris could jump in with some of those additional details. But that's approximately $280,000 that would be shifted into revolving accounts, which have recurring revenue and healthy enough support to support that. So that creates a little ease on the operating budget. We have Title III funding, and as I said, we're looking to, and we have the ability to spend that over multiple years. We have 2 bilingual paraprofessional positions approved in Title III, but we have not filled them. So the next mitigation strategy is to recognize that absent district dollars, we are unable to support these positions, and we would shift them to Title III funding. So those are a couple mitigation strategies that we employed off the bat. And then the next series is based on reduced class size. I think we were about 160 students fewer at Barnstable High School than we were in the previous year. We have more students enrolled in EL courses, so that has students kind of taken out of some of our general ed classrooms for some of their instruction. And then we have an increased population in ACE. And so all of that has left some small class sizes in our regular day program. Sorry, I jumped the gun. I'll back up for a second and talk about BCIS. The special education teacher there has a very low caseload that is inconsistent with the caseloads across the district. And so there is a proposed reduction from 1.0 to 0.5 FTEs. Now at the high school, we have far fewer students in sort of our day program classes. It's not unheard of to walk by a math class and maybe see a class of 8. And so we are proposing 2 reductions from the social studies department, 1 from science, 1 from English, 1 from world language, 1 from math. At High West, this is something that numbers-wise makes sense, but we have to watch very carefully. They currently have a very small kindergarten cohort, which we like in terms of instruction, but when we're trying to close this large of a gap, we really have to look everywhere. So they have 57 students at High West in kindergarten over 5 sections. We've seen across the district a little bit of a decrease in K and in 1, and I've been wondering if we're on the trend of having some decreased enrollments across the district. So we are proposing to reduce a classroom teacher at High West. Ms. Amato, there's a retirement there, so that can be absorbed with a retirement. Ms. Amato can move some of the staff around. High West does, however, often have a lot of students adding in the summer timeframe. We're always watching it very carefully. We consider school choice very carefully to try to balance out our K-3 buildings. So there is a little bit of nervousness on the part of me and Kathy Amato, but numbers-wise, this makes sense to reduce a classroom teacher at High West. And then a few months ago, we had talked about the need for a half-time LPN. It has remained vacant. We had a little bit of trouble filling it, but the student for whom that was going to be in place for with their medical needs moved away, and so that position is no longer needed, and so we are proposing to reduce that from the budget. So part of this review was also to consider what we were carrying over from ESSER and really asking some deep questions about whether or not we needed to retain all of the ESSER-funded positions. And so we did an ESSER review and have a few areas to propose. And as I get further along, I think the impact starts to be felt by students more and more. I think the impact for everybody in the district, for staff in the district, is going to be felt no matter what. But the impact on students gets greater as we go further down the list. We have an administrative assistant who came on board during ESSER to help manage the multi-millions of dollars that ESSER brought. So we have a proposal to reduce this position from a full-time 12-month employee to a half-time 10-month employee. We have less money that we're managing out of the grants office with a reduction in ESSER, but there is still quite a bit of personnel. There is still quite a bit of ordering that happens, particularly during the school year. We have about $3.3 million in federal grants and $2.9 in other grants and competitive grants. So we are very, I think, doing a very good job of bringing in grant monies. But we are still proposing to reduce this and think and put this forward to you. Another position that we brought forward was a second administrative assistant at the Family and Community Engagement Center. After an ESSER review and considering maybe a little slower trend in terms of enrollments, maybe a little bit, proposing to reduce this position. And I will say that wherever possible and makes sense, we will want to find people a home. We're a big enough district that for many folks, I cannot guarantee for everybody, but for many folks, we would want to try to retain them with vacancies across the district. And some individuals, certainly if they have professional teaching status, will have bumping rights. In the para contract, it's based on seniority. So we've already had some conversations with the union about this. It's a little early to know all of the moving parts, but we'll hold what we call Staffing Day on March 18th to really see the big picture there as we have a better sense of who's on leave, who's coming back, and what vacancies we'll have to be able to fill. In terms of our ESSER review, we are proposing a reduction of the peer mediator position. We think that this could shift more towards the community mentoring program and provide some similar support to students who are negotiating their ways through peer conflict. I'm going to jump down for a second and talk about the reading interventionist. We are expecting a reduced Title I allocation. And so with less Title I money, we are proposing a reduction of the reading interventionist that's supported by Title I. I know there's a lot of talk about reductions of federal grants in general. This is not that. This is every year we have fluctuation in our entitlement grant allocations, and based on enrollment and some other factors, we're expecting a reduction in Title I funding, which leaves us proposing this reduction. We added, at BUE, they had 2 interventionists. We added a 3rd reading and a 3rd math as a result of ESSER funding. With a reduction in reading, we're proposing a reduction in math back to the model that we had with 2 interventionists. This doesn't mean that the students don't need intervention. This is where we start seeing a reduction in sort of direct services to kiddos, which has me concerned. I think that our Tier 1 reading program, I think moving forward with math will help. But this is where we start to see some real impact within classrooms. I will note that as a district, just sort of context-wise, in Barnstable with our governance structure, some of the positions and some of the departments that another district might be able to go to, we don't. And so we really are, when we talk about reducing positions, we really are talking about educators and positions that are working right with kids. At BWB, it's really more of a district-wide position, but in the budget has largely been associated with BWB. We have 1 math coach that remains. We had 2 last year. We reduced 1. So this would eliminate the math coach position, providing less support to our staff, particularly new teachers, when we do a math review, and we are proposing to do that math review as a one-time cost. At BIS, proposing a reduction in services of a reading interventionist and a math interventionist, again, reluctantly. At High West, there is a vacant PCTA position, so that is being proposed to be reduced. And we have a PCTA position that we have a known resignation for at the end of the year, so our proposal is to not backfill that role. We want to make sure, I think, in this budget, we're looking really comprehensively across all sorts of cost centers. And so we are proposing a reduction from the maintenance area of the custodial supervisor who is in an administrative type role. So this is where we were on Monday. And then with some additional news to kind of continue to work on this and close the gap, we went a little bit further in proposing some reallocations and reductions. And these are ones that start having me very concerned about equity. At Centerville, there are 2 social workers / counselors, and at BWB, there are 2 social workers and counselors. They are among our smaller K-3 schools, but that doesn't mean that they don't have needs based on the students who are there. This proposal is to reduce 1 of the social worker counselors and then have 1 of the counselors be shared and support each of the schools, so they go from 2 to 1.5 FTEs apiece. At BCIS, the proposal here is to reduce the position of assistant principal. You may recall that we added some assistant principals across the district. Each school is unique and individual, and the reluctant recommendation here is to reduce assistant principal from BCIS. And then lastly, we have 2 bilingual paraprofessionals. We are kind of at the point of what are we mandated to provide. That's how I feel like the decision making is happening. And The other two, we are proposing to put into Title III. There is the possibility that we could secure additional Title III funding for these two positions. In the paraprofessional contract, bumping is by seniority, so folks who are in these roles would have some seniority over some other folks. And so in terms of retaining that bilingual skill, I think the district will be able to do that. But we're reluctantly putting these forward for reduction. In terms of one-time expenses that we are recommending go forward, the mold prevention specialist is Environment Services, the bid that was just awarded a contract for. We have, I think, put $90,000 towards that in the current fiscal year so that the assessment can be done and starting to build that communication system. But this additional $380,000 would cover additional years on their contract. And so we're proposing to take that out of the additional savings. The Teach Town curriculum is a high-quality curriculum that has been reviewed by our ILC teachers under the leadership of Kim Stolowski. And it would really create some good consistency, some curriculum that is aligned to the curriculum frameworks for our students. It is a recommendation from the program review and a one-time cost that I think is going to, I think it's going to really, really have an impact on instruction in our ILC classrooms for many students. And then we have left the math review in as one-time expenses, reduced that down from $498 to $428 in recognition of the, I think, readiness of our K-5 educators for engaging in a math review. We did remove the 6 through 12 ELA curriculum review. Again, just felt like we need to recognize the fiscal situation that we're in and make some choices. And so we took the ELA request off the table. So in terms of next steps, March 19th is the budget hearing for the public. Budget adoption scheduled for the 2nd, and proposed budget submitted to the town manager after that. Looking ahead, turn it to Chris.
So this is our projection for the next 2 fiscal years after FY26. You'll see that we are at this point already projecting a deficit in both FY27 and FY28. I think what's concerning is that FY27, from an expense standpoint, is pretty much already all set. We've got settled contracts across the district, except with the BAO, which is one of your smaller units. All our other contractual obligations, such as transportation, are already locked in. So from an expense standpoint, that's pretty much what we're looking at FY27. I am using across the board a 3.5% estimate for year-over-year revenue increase, just so you know. It's closer to what we're seeing this year and last year. FY28, while we have a deficit here, there's a few variables that are still unknown at this point. FY28 is an out year for our contracts, so we'll be in negotiation with them then. We also have the transportation contract, which is up, and I suspect that's going to increase from what we've been paying over the past decade. So we've got our work cut out for us.
Based on this slide and what I just shared about sending the approved budget when we get to that point to the town manager, going back months, we've been having conversations with town leadership regarding the budget and our projections. So Chris and I met with Mark Milne and Mark Ells and Gareth several months ago. And then even as this budget has been developed, continue in communication with them and have a commitment from town manager Ells to work together towards solving some of the structural deficits and really be thinking now about what FY27 is going to look like. And so I want to be sure that I share that with you and the community. And with that, we'll take your questions and comments.
Jen?
Yeah, I mean, that's painful. It's a painful budget, and I know that. I'd like to point out that I think Mark Ells' contract is up 26 too. So there might be some changes in that field as far as, who knows what will happen there. But I have great concerns over the math review. I mentioned it the last one at the high school. If it's not required of us, $428K is an awful lot when we're cutting positions. There's not a lot of fat to trim here, and I think if it's not absolutely mandated, it needs to wait. I mean, that's just it's just too much. It's just going to get uglier, So I'll listen to why you guys feel you're so compelled to have it in the budget, as I did last time. But last time I remember being like, well, if it's not mandated or required in any way for us, and it's just that teachers are interested in having it. And I mean, listen, I want to give everything to everybody. It's not that, but it's $428,000. So I'm actually surprised it's still in here. So maybe you can answer why.
Sure. So it's $428,000. That's going to impact 2,000 students across K to 5. Every single classroom, every teacher. So I think in terms of spreading it out, it is a one-time expense as presented to you in this budget. I think curriculum matters. I think if we're talking about improving instruction, it's been something that I've heard since I started here. So I would strongly advocate to keep it, because even though there's a net of loss of 16 and a half positions, there still will be hundreds of staff members working here, and they need the tools that they need in order to do their best work.
But isn't it mandated to be up for review in fiscal year 2027? Is that the same budget item we were talking about?
That was the plan that we had put together. In terms of a mandate, I would say that we're mandated to teach the curriculum frameworks. Our review cycle and our review process was something that Kristen's office had put together for FY27.
Yeah,
there was surveying of the staff and an interest in moving forward.
I think that we need to put it off. I'm sorry, but that's where I'm at on it right now, and I'm willing to listen to other people talk about it. But $428,000 when we're talking about cutting 16 positions and we're looking at a really grim future, I think it's time to circle the wagons a little bit on that one.
We are certainly faced with a difficult budget, to say the least. And what's most difficult is the likelihood that these cuts will be made. Many staff. That's especially difficult. It's not a position; it's a person, a real person who has a real family. And we put together a budget that's. I guess this is my grievance here, that is dependent on some help from the state with our budget. And then I look at Barnstable, went from $5 million SOA funding to $163,000. Chapter 70 funds have been decreased greatly. Our state aid has taken a severe slashing. And certainly Governor Healy has really proposed severe cuts to aid in the budget of the Barnstable Public Schools. She evidently is prioritizing other things in her budget aside from the students in Barnstable. And here we sit trying to balance our budget, and it's going to be tough. I agree with your recommended investments. They all make sense to me. They all seem legitimate. Like Jen, the curriculum money just screams out of this whole thing. It just is such a large amount. I don't deny that, the curriculum is important. And were we talking about the high school as well, or am I wrong? Weren't they doing
They're currently doing a review 6 through 12, and they're piloting 2 programs. And Kristen has earmarked some funds in the current fiscal year to be able to support an adoption.
So
this would
okay.
extend it K to 5.
Is there any way you put off that money as well to save some money? I mean, I don't want to lose positions. I don't want to lose people. I don't know if the high school is loving everything they have in the math curriculums that they're trying out, but it just screams out to me. It's just like, there's value in a good curriculum, but my goodness, these positions are also valuable as well. If there's way to hold off both. If the math is this year at the high school and next year for K-5, I don't know. I mean, you're making tough decisions, and that's a tough decision.
So I guess in our accounting of the math curriculum, and
Yeah.
I don't know if this is what you wanted to share, in our accounting of the math curriculum, it's coming from one-time funds and savings. So if you were to ask me to take the math curriculum off the table, you'd still have an unbalanced budget, and you would have to apply savings to bring people back.
Yes, essentially.
You'd have to
It's-
apply
it's-
more
it's-
savings.
Yeah, but
to
couldn't
bring
you do
people back.
that?
But I think the problem is it's then a recurring cost. It's
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's
yeah.
not a one-time cost. May I have a follow-up? I'm sorry, I thought.
Go
of
ahead, I had
something
a couple of thoughts, but
else.
I'll...
Yeah, I apologize. So you said you cut 70 grand off that. What was that 70 grand?
So the 70 grand, we have some budgeted stipend and money and PD money. The rest is for the materials. And that's already built into the budget.
I think I saw, of all these staff cuts, one vice principal and custodial administrator. And I think that's it out of the administrative unit, correct? The rest, the other 19 are all staff or support?
So two kind of administrators. There were some unaffiliated folks, and then BTA, paras, licensed educators, and no para AAs. No, one para AA, I'm sorry.
Okay. And BWB has a vice principal? Everyone has a vice principal now, right? Yeah. Yeah. It seems short of, if we're going to do this equitably, it seems short of administration to me. It just, all those positions seem to be staff or support personnel. And I guess those are my thoughts.
Okay, for me to echo what fellow committee members have said, the close to $500,000 for a curriculum review at this particular point in time is untenable. And I would like to see a budget that excludes that. Also, the Teach Town that was attached to that, I would like to see those two items removed. And then an understanding of where we would be with our staffing. Some of the positions that are proposed vis-a-vis ESSER, again, what drives instruction is the presence of high-quality instruction. What drives instruction is a quality teacher in front of students who they can connect with and learn from and grow. So, that's the priority. And across the board, I'm seeing, whether it be ESSER, some of these positions are hugely impactful and filled by community members that are tremendous. And so there is a further meeting, but the curriculum review, the Teach Town funds, and then $82,000, I mentioned this previously, for FOBs. Districts can do it both ways. And I before you jump in, I noted at our last meeting that I worked in a district that had two-step authentication, and staff members had to use their cell phones. And I worked in another district that had FOBs in the last 5 years. So that 82,000, you can conduct two-step authentication. I'll let you kind of jump in, Dr. Ahern. So for me, take the 82,000 out as well. And then the whatever rejoiner that you would have, would you rather be forced to bring your cell phone or have to go to administration to get your second password or not have a job? What do you rather do?
add some details there. The key fobs, we got a quote, and our estimate is that 60% of staff would choose their phones and 40% would go for fobs. The 82,000 is 70,000 for Chromebooks and 12,000 for fobs. So it's a much smaller amount. As an employer, I just, on principle, I don't think that you can require a staff member to use their personal device for work-related matters. A lot of people do. A lot of people do use their their personal phone for school matters, but we need to provide an alternative. And so that was the rationale there. I want to just talk about Teach Town for a moment. I really would emphasize the quality of that program and the need for it among some of our most vulnerable students, making sure that they have a high quality, consistent curriculum across all of those classrooms. So I feel very strongly in support of it, and that in order to best meet their needs, we need to provide the teachers with the resources that they need to have.
Thank you, Dr. Ahern. And in my view, to best meet the needs of students, you need educators invested in the community that have strong relationship with students that can build and develop trust to get academic outcomes. The academic outcomes are accelerated when there's less behavior based on those quality relationships. So I saw 25, maybe I read 25 staff members, maybe a couple of them are reduced and it's closer to 16. But before we consider any of those staff members, for me personally, I need to see a budget without the FOBs, without the math curriculum review, and without the Teach Town and what resources that allows us.
And I guess I'll just, if I might add, I don't want to see anybody go either. This is not, these are not decisions that I want to be making. I don't want to reduce anybody. I fully believe, and I think the pandemic proved the importance of the relationship between teachers and children.
My turn. So first of all, I'd like to distance myself a comment that was just made about if you don't go to key fobs, go look for a new job. I do not believe in that at all. That was just a comment made. That is not what I as a school committee member think. So that is an independent person's decision or comment, that does not reflect the way I believe and think at all. I want that out to the public. Second of all, I believe anytime I worked at a place that said that I needed to use my cell phone, I believe it's actually illegal to say that I have to use my personal device unless they are going to pay for my personal device. So I'm pretty sure that that's the state law, I think, because I know the company had to provide us with what we were going to use our phones for. So that to me is kind of, I'm a little different than my other two colleagues, and I know we had this debate during the workshop about the curriculum for the math for K through 5. So there was, just for the public, there was a survey put out to the staff. The staff overwhelmingly responded and said they needed a new math program in order to effectively teach math for the K through 5 population. Any math teacher will tell you that math is usually starts at the beginning and you cumulatively add on. I'm not saying that $428,000 is not a lot of money. I agree it is. I would not be willing to take that money and put it towards staff because it's a reoccurring expense, as you said, Jen. And you know what? If we're at 11 million, if we keep taking reoccurring expenses out, eventually we're going to be at zero in our savings, and then we're going to have to make reductions. So to me, they're kind of not apples to apples. To me, it's kind of apples to oranges. It's more, do we want to use our savings or do we not? I wouldn't be willing to use our savings for staff over and over. I've always been against that or even grant money, ESSER money. One of the problems we have is the ESSER money ran out, the grant ran out, and we had a bunch of people hired from the grant money. Well, theoretically, when the grants run out, that means those people should no longer have jobs. And I'm not saying that should happen. I'm just saying theoretically that's the way it works. I believe that I believe it's worth the $428,000 to do a math program that our K through 5 staff has very resoundingly said they needed. As I brought up at another meeting, we had another school committee member on 4 years ago, and he was a math teacher, and he did all kinds of research about the math program that we currently have in the K through 5 building, and it was never meant to be a math program. It was supposed to be a supplementary program, but not the actual program that we went with. He did the research, and that's what was come out. So we don't have a math program in our K through 5. We have one that we use as a math program, but it isn't actually meant to be the initial and only math program. And our staff has come out and said that. So I am very much believe, and we say that we listen to our staff and, we want to give our staff all the tools they need. This is our K through 5 teachers telling us that they need this tool. And we're saying, no, we don't want to. And I'm saying we take $428,000 out of our savings account to give them the tool they need in the K through 5 level. And I'm very emphatic about that for that reason. I wouldn't be willing to take that $428,000 and then go and keep 5 staff members. It's not the same. One thing for the public I would like to because we talked about it, I thought it was really neat, was the CET position at the high school. Just for the staff, just for the public, for parents and stuff. So what that is we have a lot of pathways in our high school. And what that is doing is all the kids that are in all the different pathways that we have in our school, they're going to put them all in one hub under one associate principal, more or less. And a counselor, there's going to be one guidance counselor. So that guidance counselor and that head of the hub will be the one who any kid who's in a pathway is going to be in that hub. So that's what you were talking about, where it's kind of spread all over. I just kind of wanted to explain a little bit more to the public so they kind of knew what that one was. Other than that, I mean, and the thing is this is only last year we had cuts. And this year we're having cuts. And next year we're going to have cuts. In the 2027 we're going to have cuts. So unless things change, which I don't know if you're going to see things change in the state or federal level, this is the second year of at least 4 of cutting. And like you said, Sarah, this is like we're getting the bare bones of cutting positions. Then we're going to start cutting programs probably. That's probably where we're heading next year, to be realistic and to be honest. So thank you for all the work that you two have done and all of your staffs. I'm sure that you have been staying up at night trying to figure this one out. And thank you very, very much for kind of honing it in and kind of giving us the bad news, but it kind of has to be done, and it is. I mean, and thank you for Chris finding another $278,000 and going through it line by line. I mean, that's painstaking work, but that's a bunch of positions you just saved. So thank you, really, really. Thank you very much for doing all the work that you've done. That's it.
I too want to thank you for the work that you've done. I know it's difficult, and the one thing that I would say publicly is this is why every community member needs to advocate with their legislatures to let them know that we need more money in Barnstable to do the bare bones basics. And, we're cut down to the wire. I agree with keeping the math program as well for those pretty much the same reasons Mike has outlined. I've heard for a number of years complaints about not having a program that's working well with the students. And not that it eliminates and will immediately boost scores, but we've put an onus on the superintendent and the assistant superintendent that we expect the level of achievement to increase, and I believe we need to stand by that expectation by providing the teachers with the tools they need. I have a question about the DocuSign. I'm very familiar with how it works, and I understand how it works. I do have a concern with it being the primary means for signing IEP paperwork, and I don't expect an answer, but would want to make sure that we have checks and balances in there to ensure that the team meeting is still the venue where all changes are made. And no, I would want to feel comfortable that no signature can be put onto a document electronically unless it is in fact what was agreed to at a team meeting. And I know during COVID, there was a hiatus with what they call wet signatures, and some parents really insisted they didn't want typewritten signatures on documents, and I too agree that, you know, whoever the writer is, whoever the primary person is who's responsible for that document needs to make sure that that is the last set of eyes and that it's been reviewed for accuracy. I've been watching this process very closely. I don't have any more comments to add at this point. I'm hoping to hear feedback, not just from us up here, but we need to hear, you know, from people who are telling us previously or independently that they want a math program or they need something else because, or they don't need, or suggestions or alternatives because it's very difficult to make these decisions.
May I ask one more thing or clarify one more thing? So I'm not saying no math review, right? I'm saying like if it was scheduled initially for next year, why can't we wait until next year? That's the question. And I get the fact that there are different buckets that like, you know, it's a recurring cost if it's a teacher or whatever, and it's different if it's a one-time cost. But I also know that one-time costs happen all the time. We will never not have a one-time cost. If we can eke it out, we're going to do it, right? So if we do it this year and then we have to eke out another one next year, like is there savings in kind of looking at the reviews that happen over the next 5 years and staggering them a little bit more so that, I mean, I'm sure you've looked at it.
I think we're already doing that. So the intention was to have 2 reviews at one time. So right now we're reviewing health and math, 6 through 12, with a major subject area and then a elective non-core. A core and non-core subject area. That was the intention. So putting math up a year, then put math and ELA together. I think right now we're just proposing to do math K to 5, not do a non-core next year, and bump ELA another year. So we're already sort of extending and expanding that time frame.
So then ELA would not be next year. ELA would be the year after.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
So maybe mapping it out that way makes more sense.
So, and one of the things that it's not just about teachers. To me, what makes sense is we just did the review in the 6 through 12 math. So why wouldn't you want to do the review in the K through 5 math? To me, honestly, what should have happened in my own mind is we should have done the K through 5 review first and then done the 6 through 12 because then it's kind of progressing, you know what I mean? But to me, it makes sense to do, we did the 6 through 12, so why wouldn't you do the K through 5? Those kids that are coming up, like, I don't know.
Oh, I'm not like stuck on that. I'm stuck on the $428,000, right?
But the problem
like
is
I get the concept.
Right. To
but,
me, though,
you know.
next year we're going to be just as financially in trouble, and then we're going to come up with the $428,000.
Well, so the question of staggering or the answer to staggering math break ELA makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? But like if it's this year and it's ELA next
Right,
year and like
right.
we're draining it just as fast as we would if it was a recurring cost.
Right. You're right.
So
it is a recurring cost.
Right?
It's reviews.
I mean,
You're right.
yeah, one-time cost, right? So that's kind of positioning it. I wonder if that would be a useful exercise and torture for Chris, unfortunately, but for the rest of us to just kind of see like how, because I don't know this in my head, maybe people who have more experience do, how we can manipulate the timelines and maybe plan better for these reviews so that I could see, because I didn't know that.
We can
So
map it out.
can I just jump in for 1 sec? So I don't think there's been curriculum. I've been on now 10 years. I don't know if we ever have done curriculum. This is the 2 of them figuring out that like we need to start doing curriculum reviews because they haven't been done in years and years and years. So this is kind of the implementation of doing curriculum reviews because they haven't been done in years, correct?
Right, right. And developing the curriculum review process and having something predictable to follow. You know, we do seek grants where possible. So the Gleam, you know, we got kind of fortunate with DESE providing half of the material support for the Gleam grant. So it was the CKLA was at a much less cost. But we'll map it out and we'll sort of create a roadmap for the various subject areas. But it is something, it's going to strengthen that instruction across all of the schools in each classroom, and it should be regularly done to kind of keep current.
I get it. It's just a big ticket. And
It is.
I think when you're selling it to the people, which is what we're doing, right? Like, the more predictable, the more predictability we can get in a spreadsheet,
Sure.
the more prepared we look for that,
The if I can add something, well, I don't have numbers tonight. Through all of this and in talking with our union leadership and in talking with principals, we haven't had staffing day yet, but we can see a path for many individuals. So in terms of the positions versus the people, people will be impacted, and I regret that. I can't. We have to come up with a budget. But there is a pathway to retain a number of folks in the district. Our PTS folks will have bumping rights, and then we have retirements, we have vacancies, we have resignations, and more may arise. So, we will seek to retain people, and that's part of, kind of careful communication that went out today, really trying to be compassionate and maintain good relationships, because we would, if we can retain people, we will.
Glad to hear that, Dr. Ahern. I'm going to reiterate what I'd like to see at our March 19th meeting is a budget that does not include the math review, Teach Town, and the $12,000, not $80, for FOBs. I want to see what it looks like without those options and what it would allow us to do, because of my understanding as a teacher in the classroom every single day. That is the most important factor in student success. High quality instruction. A number of these cuts are people that are doing that daily. So what may be with a curriculum review and what is happening with our staff members correctly, I'm going to vote in favor of what is happening, not what may happen.
All right. I have nothing more to add, and so I think we will move down to 5.3. 5.2. Fee schedule
discussion.
Okay.
I'm going to return to my seat because we have a few other folks here in the audience that can speak to the fees as it relates to their departments.
Okay. I'm looking right at it.
Starting with, probably you, but I'll just say a couple of things and then have you guys come up. Last year, we presented as part of the FY25 budget proposal some fee increases. We did a thorough review of our fees, looked at areas where we could or needed to, frankly, increase them to be able to continue to provide the services that some of our fee-based departments do. At that time, the school committee voted some small incremental increases, and also at that time suggested that any future increases also kind of follow that theme around small and incremental to lessen the impact on students and families. So for this year, we are proposing once again to increase fees in 4 departments, essentially: facilities, transportation, and then middle school and high school athletics. So we've got some information in your packets here. We've got our department heads here that can speak to them. Also in your packet that's not part of the presentation is some supplemental information. It's really just the memos that have come from those department heads. One thing that I will say before I turn it over is that should the school committee vote to accept these proposals, they will allow these departments to fund things that they had hoped to fund that were not included in the budget presentation that you just saw. So maybe Doug and Katri, if you want to come up and.
Sure. You've been involved with the fees. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Katri Mullally. I'm recently promoted to Deputy Director of Facilities, but before that, 10 years as a facilities booking coordinator, so thank you. Appreciate being here. So, as the notes say, there hasn't been a complete increase in fees since FY21. Last year, there were a couple of modifications. It said $31, we went to $30, just it was very, very minor changes in the fees. And one thing that I have noticed, you know how you're driving down the road and you're like, oh yeah, what about that? So with our upper schools, the high school, BIS, and BUE, when we rent out our gyms and the auditoriums at the high school, there are a lot of amenities that go along with that are included in that rental price per hour or for the day. So Doug and I talked, and we actually are requesting a 20% increase for those higher level schools where there are those amenities available. I also added the library, the high school library, onto this spreadsheet because it had not been there in the past, and we do rent out that space. The Astro Garden is a really popular place for presentations. You guys were there last month for your school committee meeting. And then also the Bill Butler Room has been used for outside organizations as well. So I believe you have this table where the increases are noted. And thinking about Barnstable with the rest of the Cape and what other Cape school departments offer, we do offer a lot. And our facilities are, you know, well maintained. And I can tell you right now, I have no gym space available for any new group coming along. We have rented every single hour until 9 o'clock at our our larger schools, and I've had to bring events to Centerville and to West Villages in order to accommodate some of these youth programs because the Cape Cod Community College no longer rents to those organizations for some reason. So, and Henry Stevens can attest to me playing Tetris with the schedules. So, take any questions you might have.
And you also mentioned that we're maintaining the existing fees for the elementary schools because of, as you just mentioned, the lack of services that they don't really have. And hoping that we'll still get a demand for those facilities, but they don't have all the lust and luster that, you know, the three primary schools do.
True, and we don't rent those spaces out as often as we do the three larger schools. You know, I'm seeing with our current fees, just for an example, one of our organizations for their fall season paid us $44,000 for just one season of renting space, gym space in our schools. So now increasing that by 20%, sort of, because they also pay for custodial fees here and there, but the majority of that $44,000 was actually for space fees. So very popular. We have a lot of popular spaces, and we have the staff to be there. We have a new facilities booking coordinator who has worked events at Gillette and Boston College, and she is absolutely amazing.
Okay.
So,
questions?
It's a great idea. Found money, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have no problem with the user fee facility increase.
My question is, how is this going to impact our community organizations? I'm thinking of, you know, our sports leagues that use our facilities. Barnstable Youth Basketball uses the facilities a lot. You know,
it will increase their fees for sure, but I also go back to the fact that we have not increased fees in 4 years. You know, right after COVID, there was a little bit of an increase, but we haven't increased fees since FY21 across the board. So I understand where you're coming from, and like Dr. Ahern has also mentioned, you know, this is a tough thing to do, but I also know that we are kind of the only game in town, pun intended, where people can use our gyms and be able to have the amenities that we provide.
I see what you're saying, but the people that are using our gyms are our people.
Yes, they are. We
These
also
are
have
our parents, our students that fill our schools that make Barnstable better. So, you know, that's where, you know, I do, you know, I'm unsure about this because, again, you're an additional lever, an additional cost to the people that we're servicing to come back to us. That's an issue for me. And possibly a big issue that I'm having trouble kind of, getting around. I understand if it's an organization that's here in the summer to visit sunny Cape Cod and wants to use the gym, okay, well then a fee for them is fine. But our home organizations, because what you're saying essentially is that's going to be taken up by the families and players. So if we have to charge this amount, to play for Barnstable Youth Basketball, for example, who uses the high school, the intermediate school, the middle school, then now they're going to have to pay this amount. Those people, they don't make any money. It's all, the monies that they get is just essentially for gym time. So, I'm understanding what you're saying. What I'm saying is that I would like to see a different category for, our homegrown institutions to be able to use the facilities that their tax dollars go to upkeep. That's what I'm concerned about and looking for, frankly, in this.
I understand what you're saying, and we do have the nonprofit rate and a for-profit rate. I believe many years ago, there was talk about having a third category, if you will, not counting the schools as a category. That's up to the school committee to, talk about that and discuss that. I don't have that authority, but I understand what you're saying. I also know that I have looked at the fees that those organizations charge their families, and in one particular year, just doing the math, there are some organizations that do profit quite a bit from the fees that they charge families for their services and using our spaces. So in my role here, I am trying to benefit the district, and I do believe that we will still continue to rent our spaces.
Can I maybe jump in for just one moment about a comment related to the taxpayer dollars? Getting back to, kind of the context here, our tax dollars are not sufficient to support all of our needs. And by raising fees, we're creating a revolving stream of revenue that goes directly back into the facilities. This money can't be used anywhere else. And we know that we have a lot of upkeep and needs. And so this would, provide some additional support to make sure that our facilities, because otherwise we're just going to wear them down. The PAC is already showing that we're just going to wear them down. So we have to reinvest in our facilities, and the tax dollars that are coming in are not sufficient. But this would create that revolving stream.
Right, and we took a very deep, to add to that, we took a very deep look at these fees, and we went through everything with what's 3%? That was nothing, for the lower one. And then we kept going, what's 15%? What's 16%? And 20%, I think, was on a couple of them was like $1. I mean, $2, one was 10, one was rounding it up $5 or $6. So these fees came in, like Katja was saying, they came in more in line with where they should be. We compared them also to all the districts across the Cape. We're still low on a few of them, and that is where the decision was to just focus on increasing on just the three primary schools, the high school, BUE, and BIS, and then to maintain the existing fees for the lower schools. And that way we felt that it wasn't an increase across the board to every school and across the district, because it was where it was needed to maintain the spaces that are, like Dr. Ahern just said, used and maintained and have to be maintained with maintenance as well.
Yeah, I think when you said the fees haven't gone up in 4 years, in a time where every price is going up everywhere, anyone who's trying to balance a budget, that says something.
And again, what I'm alluding to, as I said, is, I would like to see a category for the Barnstable Silver Bullets. I'd like to see a category for Barnstable Youth Basketball. I'd like to see a category for Barnstable Youth Soccer. I'd like to see a distinctive category for the organizations that are almost unanimously families and parents of Barnstable. Our fees should not be going up for those individuals. That's what I was alluding to. You made a very good point in that this is something for us as a school committee, and we should. And because this idea of austerity and just cutting, and that's how somehow going to improve efficiency, some of us don't believe that.
Mike?
So you answered my question was, where are we compared to the other school districts? And we're pretty much, we were, I assume we were very low for going up 20% and still going to be in the middle of the pack. Like, that to me is very simple. Like, and I agree with Andre as far as I've had this conversation a lot, and it's that fine line of like how high, but it's also our taxpayers. But on the other hand, the money isn't going the way, Sarah, you said something, that the money is going back into the facilities, which their kids go to. It's the fields they play on. So it's not like the money's going to something that doesn't affect the taxpayers' kids. It's going back to affect their kids in maybe a little different way. Maybe their bathroom in their school is better or whatever. But so I'm all set with going up to 20%. As long as we're in the middle of the pack, then I'm perfectly, that's good.
Right.
Thank you for your work.
When we talk about the middle of the pack, too, I mean, Barnstable is unique in that we do have all these facilities.
Right.
And some of those fees that I reviewed are over the bridge.
Right.
You know, some of those larger districts that have the same amenities that we do. And it does go back to the buildings, and I mean, Henry can attest to us needing some more portable scoreboards at the high school because they use the field house, and we don't really have that in our operating budget. BUE needs a whole new system. The wires are, you know, so these are costs that we have been putting off because we don't have the funding to do it, so.
So, and I do think that the increase was relatively conservative, and I would agree with the proposal that's been put out. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another category? Yeah.
Last year, Sandy, as our transportation director, proposed a $50 annual increase across our three main categories that are listed here on this slide. Ultimately, what was voted on was a $25 increase, so that was voted on for this current year, FY25. For FY26, Sandy is proposing, once again, a $50 increase, but just for the full, and then the full with the early purchase discount, and a $25 increase for the reduced amount. This is looking at our existing services and costs, as well as comps on Cape and off Cape. And we've got those details listed out on this slide here. I'm happy to answer any questions or direct them to Sandy and then get back to you. Okay. The second to last category here is for middle school athletics. This is new. They're proposing to increase the participant fees by $50 from $100 to $150, maintain the $300 family cap. Unlike high school athletics, the middle school does not have a dedicated athletic budget. This program is essentially funded out of their contracted services at this point. So contracted services, and they're running a deficit this year. So contracted services that would otherwise be going to, education-related needs are going to help close the gap for the middle school athletics. So that's really the driving force behind the proposed increase in the middle school athletics.
I do have a question on that. Is that
Go ahead.
Now's the time. I was just going through Henry's packet here. Let's see. He said, unfortunately, due to the number of students who qualify as free or reduced, our athletic fees do not generate enough revenue to sustain the sport under the current operations. Therefore, we're asking $50 increase for FY26. I assume the $50 is for those who aren't on free and reduced.
That's correct.
In the high school, though, there's a fee for reduced.
No.
There's not? I thought there was no cost for free, but a charge for reduced. I'm wrong?
No, if you're on the SNAP list, it's free.
Say again?
If you're on the SNAP list, it's your fees waived.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. If you're on the SNAP list, the
Okay.
fees waived.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mike?
So with this $50 increase for the BIS, will this make it solvent?
That
Will
is-
this make it, this is what's going to make it even?
That's the-
And I'll be honest with you, because what I'm thinking is next year when we have to cut our budget, when you're cutting programs, that's the type of stuff you're going to be looking at, right? So let's be honest. Let's be proactive versus, so is that $50 going to be enough to hopefully make it self-sustained?
That's what our projections show based on our coaching stipends and based on current participants this year.
What I'm saying is I'd rather go up a little bit more and make it so it's self-sustained, so it's not on the chopping block next year.
Understood.
I just found this in the packet. It says here, I knew I saw it somewhere, Barnstable Public School FY25 fee schedule. I'm sorry, is that transportation? Oh, I'm sorry, that was transportation, okay. And, all right, I guess I was looking at the wrong category. Yep, thank you.
I can remember when there were sports at BIS, it was formerly called the middle school, and those went away due to budgetary constraints. And that's when the rec brought programs in, and families had to pay for the programs that the rec provided. And the rec programs ran similarly where disadvantaged families were given a break. So I think this is going to end up, if we do not provide the athletics, which everybody wanted, and it's great for our students, great for their health, their well-being, their social-emotional. I think that they're paying either way. If we eliminate our programs, they'll be paying the rec, and if they don't, they're paying here. All right. And
last up is Henry for the high school athletics. While he comes up, I'll just say at your next meeting, this is the first of 2 hearings on the fee increase. At your next meeting, we'll have the full proposed fee schedule for you to review, discuss, and potentially vote on.
So how was the basketball game? That's all I care about.
Well, when someone sees me walk down the hall, the expectations versus the reality of actually watching me play are 2 very different things.
They were just intimidated by your size.
Everybody in the crowd was like, "Dunk it, AD," and I'm like, "I can't."
Pull the hammer.
Yeah,
Can't do it.
I was faking an injury as I was walking down the hall. No, it was a lot of fun. It was good to get back out there again. So last year we increased our fees for most sports to $175, and then off-site sports that had a significant rental cost. Swimming, gymnastics, hockey, we put it at $200. So I'm asking to increase the base fee from $175 to $200, and then hockey being off-site gymnastics and swimming be bumped up to $225, so a $25 increase, and then hockey be increased from $200 to $250, continuing if a student is on the SNAP list, that they would have their fee waived. And then the other part is the gate. We started charging tickets this year at football games. We've always been charging at football, so we also charge for volleyball, boys and girls basketball, and then boys and girls hockey. We did a mix of cash and then using the app GoFan. We did season passes on GoFan for our families at a reduced rate. I would propose that a season pass would be $250 per game versus the $5 that they're normally paying, so it's a 50% savings. Parents buy that. It works for every single regular season game. And then to increase the adult rate to $6. We'll still continue to take cash and GoFan at on-site sports, but after seeing a full season at the HYCC, just in terms of the amount of entry points, I've talked to a couple other schools that went to 100% GoFan or 100% digital ticketing. Like, for example, King Philip, we played a football game there, and I talked to their athletic director. They're 100% GoFan. He said it's the best decision they've ever made. And they're 100% GoFan on both sites, wherever they are. But I would just propose, just for hockey, it would just be GoFan.
Does GoFan charge us a fee?
Yeah, so we eat. There's two choices. You either put the fee back on the person that buys the ticket, which is $1, or you can take on the fee as a school, and we take on the fee. So we would make $4 per $5 ticket. Season tickets are like $2, something like that. But we take on the fee. So families are paying $6. We're making $5.
And do we have the Golden Red Hawk? All sports, all events, one price?
I think that's probably where we're headed. I think that Falmouth, when I was at Falmouth High School, they did that. They charged their students. We don't charge the high school students. So what they did was they had a card for any student. They gave $20, and that card got them into every single game that they wanted to go to. I think a full season pass, especially for the families that are part of multiple sports, I think that's definitely, it is possible to do that with this app. And it was seamless. People got used to it. We had QR codes at the table. They would snap it at the game if they didn't have cash, or they had the season ticket. It would email them the day of. They're like, I got my ticket, and if it didn't go through, I'd be like, no, I know I know you got your season pass. You're good. Maybe there was a game time change or something that didn't speak to arbiter, but it was pretty. Yeah, and hockey, it just would work so much better.
So two things. First of all, I want to point out that you'd need your phone to use the QR code. That's
My
the first
phone,
thing.
huh?
But seriously, but the second thing is, I wondered about hockey ice. Did we have a conversation, or did anybody ever bring it up with the town manager about the
Yeah,
cost
I
of
actually
ice?
did. Did Mark tell you I had a conversation with him?
Nice.
I forgot to mention it to you. But I did have a conversation with him, and he was going to talk to Sarah. Some of the information that I remembered off the top of my head, I prefaced with, I'm going off the top of my head, and I'm not sure if I'm remembering accurately without notes. But we had a conversation, and he said he was going to speak with Sarah, and I'm sure she took copious notes because that is her style.
So I did talk to Town Manager Els. I also talked to Chris Ganella at the HYCC, and Henry and I spoke as well. So what the charges are at HYCC for ice is we pay a $150 rate for practice time and a $275 rate for game time. They have a reduced rate for ice time during kind of like the school day. So renters during the day pay more of this $150 rate.
I had talked to him about scheduling and was told that, they schedule, since it's the same entity, that they do schedule Barnstable first. I don't, that was one part of the conversation. The other part of the conversation, I believe he said that because it is just one area of the town with the other area of the town, he thought, and he was going to check whether or not our rate was different. So I didn't follow up with him since then. I actually cornered him in the supermarket, and I know it's that what that's like. So I was trying to keep it short because I know I just like to get my groceries and get home. But, I took advantage of the opportunity.
I saw Harry at Jack's last night. I almost pinned him up against the wall. No, I'm kidding. But sort of. I think that would be a really good conversation to have before we approve a $50 increase. If we can get the rate down for the ice. So before this goes to a second read, is it possible to flesh that out?
I think that we are probably getting a reduced rate on the practice ice.
Oh, you do? Okay.
So we pay $150. Their advertised rate is on their website is $250.
All right.
Again, I don't know if that's just a one time and then they have a different rate for people that are going to rent it constantly. To be honest with you, I have paying for ice time is not an issue for me, because I want to make sure that it's a great ice. I mean, it's probably one of the better rinks, and you have two different rinks. So we were able to run boys and girls games at the same time. So the convenience of it, it's a well-maintained facility. It's just, matter of factly, the cost is high. And we took on meeting with them we knew that we were going to take on we were going to take on a game ice fee, which is $2.75 per hour. Boys games can go 2.5 hours, and then we maintain the practice ice.
Okay. I think you guesstimated last year gate receipts with the increase was somewhere around 90,000 or something. Do you have any idea how the gate receipts, how much?
So we ended up, well, there's a couple of things that we had some facilities issues where we had to move games off-site, so we didn't take gate at those games, and we had to refund some of the fees. It ended up being about, so I don't know how I came up with the 90, but now I've run through it, like actually having a year and seeing how many people are there. And honestly, we have a lot of people at games, but a significant amount of them are BHS students, which is great, right? So you have a significant portion not paying. So it was about 35,000 in gate, but that's 35,000. That's roughly 30,000 that we hadn't brought in before, and that's only charging for 2 sports in the fall and 4 sports in the winter. Where I'm proposing on top of this is just make it so we're going to charge for every sport that plays on the stadium. We'll charge tickets for every sport that plays on the stadium, which is pretty much every single girls' field hockey game, every single boys' soccer and girls' soccer, like boys and girls' soccer games. In the main gym, obviously we have basketball, we have girls volleyball, and we have boys volleyball. Unified sports and just outdoor track would be excluded from this, but that's what I propose. So that would potentially increase that number even more to maybe 50 or 60,000, bringing in terms of revenue. And it was also a new system, so we were getting, figuring out how to make it most efficient. The other option is I've seen a lot of schools do this. We didn't do this. We started charging for volleyball. We would charge at the end of the second set of the JV game, or for basketball, we would start charging in the beginning of at the end of the first half for the JV game. We could start charging at the beginning of the JV game. I mean, there's a lot of schools on Cape. As soon as you come on, whether it's a freshman game, JV game, you're paying for that. Now that keeps you in the entire time. You're not paying for 3 tickets, but it's an entry fee starting at the beginning.
And these fees, I know we balked last year at the big increase, and so we went with a smaller increase. But are we coming back every year for a smaller increase?
Yeah. So my initial increase was $50 to $75, and
right.
So my thought is $25 a year until we get to that mark, or 25 every 2, or like skipping a year, but eventually getting to the mark where we are charging, realistically, I'd say no more regular on-site sports $200, off-site anywhere from $250 to $300, which was the initial proposal last year.
Correct. And do you happen to know like where we fall with? Well, let's just take does like a Sturgis have an athletic fee?
It's like $125 per season, something like that.
125. And do they even have gyms?
No.
So how do they do it?
They use HYCC. They've used our
So
facilities.
they're paying for those?
Yes.
Yet they keep it at $100.
They aren't running an athletic program that has freshman, JV, varsity across. Like we have 37 varsity sports.
I know, but it seems to me we're using our own facilities. We're not paying.
Yeah, but on top of those, officials' fees are a pretty standard increase of 4% up until this year. But next year they're going up by 7%. Hockey officials are going up by about 14 or 15%. So they're going to start getting paid at $112 per game, and JV officials are going to be.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
crazy. But all these schools are paying this. I mean, Sturgis has referees too, right?
Yeah, but they only have in the winter. They're only running basketball and track. They don't have other sports. They don't have hockey. They don't have They don't have football. They don't have the offerings that we have. So
Yep.
their costs are significantly, because they're just trying to cover essentially rental costs, which they rent through the town. They rent Old Townhouse and HYCC for games.
Yep.
HYCC is $80 an hour for the gym, or $170. It was $170 for us when we had to have a basketball game there.
All right.
So their costs are significantly less than the costs are to run our program.
And how about Sandwich and Mashpee and
Sandwich
DY?
is looking to implement user fees. I don't think they're doing
They don't
it right
have
now.
any. Yeah.
Not right now.
How about DY?
No.
They don't have user fees.
I don't think so, no.
So does anyone besides us, I mean, have
Yeah,
these fees?
Yeah, Falmouth might have some. I think Falmouth has it for hockey.
Falmouth had it for basketball.
Really?
And yes, my youngest played basketball, and I can remember paying at Falmouth, and trying to think of where else she went. And even when she transferred to the tech, and she went to the various tech schools where typically you don't pay, when very little, and there were some of the schools off Cape that were charging entry fees for at least for the parents, or maybe just for the opposing supporters, who knows, but.
Well, no, I'm talking about
User fees
yeah,
to play the sport.
to play the
Fees
sport.
for the oh, okay, I was thinking we're back on the entry, okay.
We're talking to play the sport in
Yeah,
those
yeah.
towns, correct? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, yeah. I don't know what, how do all these other towns do it?
They put the costs in the operating budget
I think there are fees. Just
at DY.
doing a quick look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, how could they
So, we
afford
don't-
to not?
Well, here's another
Good
thing
question.
about the public charter schools. Who pays for the transportation for the public charter schools? It is a different conversation, but wherever you're paying less for one area in your budget, it frees up funds for a different area. So, you know, it just comes down to trying to take again, those fees go directly back into our athletic program.
Yeah,
to
they
pay
cover the
directly.
transportation. They cover transportation, and that's really what it allows us to do. Gate, user fees, revenue that comes into the athletic department covers buses.
The tech doesn't charge a user fee. I don't remember paying that.
Thank you, Henry, for the presentation and the understanding of the costs that go into a lot of these things. Again, I'm leery, about charging for some of these sports that have not traditionally charged, your fall sports, and then so there's going to need to. I understand the financial environment that we are working in, but I also understand, for lack of a better word, tradition. Involved in sports, so I'll go to I'm looking forward to going to lacrosse games. I'll go to a field hockey game. I'll go to a soccer game, and it's just not in your, you pay for football games, Friday Night Lights. You don't even think twice about it. Basketball games, you don't even think twice about it. Hockey games, you don't even think, certain sports, historically, you go and you pay, and it's, but. And then just for the sake of argument, I wouldn't pay to go to see a tennis match. I wouldn't pay to, so some of these other realities, it's just quite different. So I'm, you kind of piqued my interest because I'm obviously quite involved in sports. But how we can, have it so that these fees for Barnstable people are minimized. I understand, we need to balance the budget, kind of so on and forth. But some of these reductions, for what Barnstable football means to this community, if somehow there's, and obviously you have to have a balanced budget, but what we would take on, a couple $30,000, $40,000 versus what the experience people have of going to a Barnstable football game, I don't know if it's worth changing things so that people feel irritated and.
Are you talking about the athletes or the fans? Like in terms of access to the sport you're talking about?
Mostly
players?
I'm talking about the people that are paying, the parents, the
Okay.
fans, the
Well,
community members.
they've paid, honestly, football, majority of the parents that were going to the games, they paid for the season pass because it was $10 because we hosted 4 games right? Or 5 games. So they just paid $10 for, and that covered all of the games. So in terms of that, for access for our community, like that's what the season pass actually does. It allows the families to purchase, something that it's not costing them now potentially $6 per game.
All right, so thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Because I'm I haven't heard any pushback, but that's what I'm alluding to. I don't want to hear a pushback, and I just want people to feel, that the sports are something that makes us distinctive in Barnstable with the Lone Division I community. The history of surrounding sports. It's just something that people really go for. And I understand we have to be budget neutral and so on and so forth. I just don't want, I want people to still feel comfortable and there's not these drastic shifts. And it doesn't appear that that's the case. That's good.
Thank you for the presentation. So let me ask you this: if we go up this 25, you were saying you want to eventually get to the 250, it's for 200, 300-ish, right, range?
Well, the 300 for hockey.
For the expensive,
for
the
hockey.
expensive sports. I get that. So my question is does this increase, say this increase and next increase, so say we went 25 and 25, right? Because that's kind of what we've been doing. So are those going to be enough to make your budget neutral for next year's budget? If we go up this $25, and I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Chris. If we're looking at cutting programs next year, this is what you're starting to look at when you start looking at cutting programs. So, I don't want to cut sports any more than the next guy, but you know what? If you don't have money, you don't have money. So my question to you is where would your budget need to be, or what would you need to go up for increases in order to make it so that you're off the chopping block because you're net neutral?
Well, I would have to be able to bring in.
You don't have the answer because I know that's kind of a hard question.
Yeah, I think
my concern is I want as many things to be, if people could be, if departments and stuff can be net neutral, then they're not going to be looked at further down the road because we got at least another 2 years of making cuts. So my thing would be I'm okay with going up to $25, honestly. One question I would have or one statement I would have, I know you say that we pay the dollar for the fee to do it. I'll be honest with you, I just paid my excise tax online.
Yeah.
Through the town. Guess what? They charged me $1.50 in order to pay my excise taxes for the town of Barnstable. Yeah. I bought beach passes online. Guess what? It's a fee for me to.
Other schools do the fee, right?
Well, I hate to nickel and dime a dollar.
Oh yeah.
But I'm going to be honest with you because my budget at home is as tight as everybody else's. But you know what? I paid my beach stickers. I paid a fee to do it online. I paid my excise tax last week. I paid online. I paid my real estate tax, everything for the town of and I'm talking the town of Barnstable. So other departments in the town of Barnstable are charging that fee to do it online. Mm-hmm. So I don't, we're not, and I understand we're good guys, and that's great, but, I'm doing it for everything else in town. To me, it would almost be a no-brainer to pay for it, because it's just another department in Barnstable. I pay for all the other departments in Barnstable, so why wouldn't I pay for that one? So that would be...
Yeah, we took on the fee this year because it was the first year using GoFan, and that's kind of where it was. We wanted to implement it and just see how it worked with that. But it's.
Oh, I'm sure this year I know it's like a learning curve, right?
Well, it's also a toggle. But all I have to do is what I make this season. I just click the buyer takes on the $1.13 fee or whatever it is.
So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other questions. All right. Item 5.3, capital improvement projects update.
Great. So Doug and Katri and Chris are all here to talk a little bit about the capital improvements projects update. I'll just frame it. Doug came in August of last year and inherited a capital program that had been put in place by his predecessor. A lot of the projects that were put forward, if they were going out to bid, they came back and the bids and proposals were higher than what was appropriated. So then there were change orders and redesigns and scaling back projects. A case in point is the West Village's floor. There was only enough funds in the appropriation there to cover the classrooms, so the hallways haven't been done. And so project over project over project had been based on some estimates from 2023, and largely were under appropriated and underfunded. So going through the entire capital process, it takes months. And in that period of time, some urgent issues arose. That's the other part. So we had a major buckling of the floor at Barnstable High School in the gymnasium. And we had new information related to BUES and the mold with our engineers who were giving us recommendations. So the plan that you saw in October has changed a little bit. We went back to some previous projects, reimagined them, rethought them, added more money. And we did this all within kind of a 2-day window, because after the capital process went through the town's team, the feedback to us was we need to have a sit down and really rethink all of this and make it much more practical going forward. And so we had kind of a reset. And what you see before you, in particular, the red changes are adjustments for FY26 and future years capital that I think will be much more practical in terms of implementation, because the dollars associated are more appropriate, and some of our priorities kind of emerged over the fall in terms of what's urgent. As a result, we also were given some numbers to hit. Numbers in terms of how much borrowing authorization the school department would be allowed and how much savings. And as a result, as I had mentioned during the operating budget, by taking some things off of FY25 and reimagining them, we are going to be able to borrow more and rely less on savings in order to enact this capital. So with that, I'll turn it over to Doug to go through some of the adjustments.
Thank you, Dr. Ahern. And as you'll see, I think on the spreadsheet in front of you, some of these things to also alliterate a little bit more to what Dr. Ahern was saying. Some of them also were things that were needed to happen for fiscal year 26, and then some of the ones that we were also, when we had to take a deep dive, what projects that we actually couldn't even get to time-wise in FY26. So when we started looking at that number to match, that number to meet, things became more top priority. As such, the BIS rooftop unit, the culinary kitchen project. So you're seeing down in the lower part, it got moved to FY27, which are some of the projects that they're important, but they definitely, time-wise, would be more beneficial to be put in fiscal year 27. So some of those changes, and I'll start at the top, number 3, and maybe I should even start with number 1, the HVAC repair at BUE. Again, that was due to the deficiency reports and things that we looked at. We're looking at, a $9 million complete replacement for the HVAC, but knowing that by the time that we got engineering drawings, we got everything in place, we wouldn't be looking at that project until fiscal year 27. So for the design and the engineering, that's being placed into FY26. We've been doing a great job with that building now of just maintaining what we have, but that equipment over there is in dire need of being completely replaced, and we're redesigning that entire HVAC system so it matches that building and its needs. The BHS gym floor replacement, unfortunately, that floor was not, that was a parquet floor that was put on top of a rubber floor. Well, underneath the parquet floor is a plywood floor that just sits on the rubber floor. As soon as you start getting water on that thing and Gatorade and whatever else they're throwing off in the corner, is we're seeing a bigger lift. The plywood underneath that parquet floor is lifting and curling. So that floor is becoming a lot of maintenance and repairs. So talking with the gym floor specialist, it was recommended that we rip up the floor, rip up the plywood, rip up the rubber, and do it correctly. And that's what you have there. And as Katya was saying, it's a high demand gym, and it should be done right, and we should be doing it right. So that came on to fiscal year 26. The culinary project, phase 2, we were starting to call it. This project, it's been up, down, and all around. I know it's been on the books for a few years, but when we went out and we got ready to budget it and put it out to bid, the funds were not there. The current CIP that was there was barely cutting half of it, even with the grant funds and whatnot. So I believe we were able to get, we were pushing for this for our phase 2. That's why the word in phase 2 is in there. But now we're looking at this, and we've got an extension on the grant. So that's not impacted with a deadline. So the whole project is now going to be happening August, September, next fall program. So that's the additional funds that we would need to finish that project and to finish it correctly. Hopefully costs don't go up again. The Performing Arts Center was always on there. You guys have seen that before. That's to upgrade everything from seats, electrical, lighting, sound system. And that's just probably the beginning of a lot of things that happen in the pack. But it's a desperate need. There's even a thing that, there's a chiller that belongs to that pack that just came up. It just came up real time. It's failing. That could become a problem. But regardless, the pack needs some help and it needs some attention. BWB gymnasium floor, that is to repair the floor. BWB, I think you saw some pictures earlier, but there's a side of that gymnasium that's basically compromised, and it's a tripping hazard. The floor is wavy. We've patched, repaired that floor in the years past. Has to happen. Mechanical upgrades. I think we've had this on year after year for $250. One of the new ones we added was a district-wide HVAC repairs. We're finding that with all of these IVAC reports and deficiency reports, the buildings across the district need some serious help. A unit here or a repair there, ductwork, exhaust fans. That's what that is. The BIS gymnasium floor, I think there's an FY25 for the gym floor. I think it was $60,000. This is an add of $250. The BIS gym floor is a rubber floor. That needs to be a new floor. BIS carpet library replace. That's also an add to FY25 so that we can afford to do that carpet in that gym. That library. Then there's the BIS rooftop replacement. This was out to bid this fall. We thought we were going to do it this fall. It came in way over budget. There was no money to cover the cost of that project. We were short about 1.8 million, possibly 2.1. Where I think we're anticipating additional cost and increases in that due to the current conditions of the tariffs and whatnot. So we're asking for another 2.1 so that I can actually do that project. So that's again an add to an FY25 CIP. Demolition of the old portables. We've always had this on there. Hoping we can do it for that dollar amount that they just have to happen. BHS exhaust fan and upgrades. All the exhaust fans at the high school are in dire need of being replaced. This is, I think, also in addition to FY25, so that's a project I'd like to get on this summer. And then BUE building envelope, masonry and gutters. This is the beginning, and I kind of, Chris and I will work on this, but the BUE building envelope, this is the masonry and gutters only. So right now, that was the first recommendation, the dire need from the engineer's report. And then there's some other items that go on and on to get that building efficient and back to its original intent on the design. But this right now would take care of weep poles, drainage, and adding gutters on this. A lot of gutters on that building that are not missing. They were never installed. That building was designed with gutters over entrances, doorways, and then the atrium. BH locker room design. We basically moved that. There was to do it this year, but I'm keeping $50,000 in there for design because the locker rooms need to be redesigned, and then we're hoping to redo them in fiscal year 27. And then we had talked about some IT infrastructure replacements and upgrades. This is some network. I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is some switches. And then, which is the town just did last year, and they approved for some switches for the town switches. It's basically your main server switches, but these are needing to replace. And it's sad to say, but $160,000 gets you like 40 switches, and then it'll, you know, as you see, it's going all the way through FY29. IT security cameras and upgrades and maintenance. We need to add cameras. We need to maintain the cameras we have. There are buildings that are missing some cameras. And in this day and age, more cameras need to be added. So that's that line item. And then the BWB replaced the membrane roof. That would be our third worst roof. Centerville is probably in fourth, but we're proposing to do the roof membrane. And this one is just the gym. For BWB, that leaks. That roof is a rubber roof, and it's a pitched roof. And that roof actually causes, when there's a heavy snow, we have to close down one of the entrances because of the way that slides off the roof. And then ice builds up, then we have some damage inside. I am also assuming that the roof is causing the gym floor problem. So they're going hand in hand, they have to happen. I mean, you wouldn't want to do a new floor inside and then not do the roof correctly. So that's where that stands. And then the ones that moved down into FY27 was the BHS, the high school replacement and repaint interior doors. We felt we could push that off a year, maintain the ones that we absolutely need to do in operations, but we'll handle that. The BU acoustical ceiling tile replacement, we've been replacing a lot of tiles, but this was basically, when we had the water damage in that school, we replaced a lot of tiles in that school. This CIP was basically covering the remainder of the tiles. The current tiles are not damaged, they're not compromised, but they're just warped and old. And that's what that was. So that's why we moved that. The field house improvements, they should happen. They absolutely should happen. But again, we just, time-wise, we just pushed it to 27. Centerville roof replacement, we're repairing that. We've got roofers out there doing some work. That we feel we could get another year out of it, so we pushed that. And then the high school masonry repairs and repointing, that's just like an ongoing project with a brick building. So we're moving that just because, A, with all these other projects going on, it just made sense to financially move it to FY27 and then to take it off from there and start the project 27, 28, and 29. And then the digital controls and upgrading to the HVAC system, we've talked about that, but I still haven't finished the ones from this year. So, I mean, just adding it into 26 when I've still got to do it in 25 and from money from 24, that's why I'm kind of skipping a year and pushing it to 27. And then, excuse me, the remainder of these are a lot of the Collier recommended repairs, and I'm going to go through that list. And as I'm getting to know a lot more of the properties and the district, I'll revisit a lot of these and come back to you guys with where these all should go. I think they keep going until maybe the next page. So a lot of these are incorporated into today's CIPs, last year's CIPs. So I had to end it somewhere. So we'll like I said, we'll take a deeper dive from everything from 13,763 on the BHS roof replacement. That's that $13 million that we're looking for. That's also the SOI. So everything below that will be relooked at again.
BIS's roof.
Oh, and
BIS's
BIS
is on here too.
up in there somewhere, yeah.
So that's the other SOI.
Correct. Questions?
I just hope that whatever we do in the future, we have a maintenance plan in place for it so that we can stay ahead of things. And, you know, it's crippling, you know.
Can I just make a comment about that? That is one of the things that I had seen, you know, and one of the things that I'm working on is that preventative maintenance piece and utilizing our work order program to make sure that that is in the system, creating a calendar of all the things that need to be done every year before school starts and opens. and really keeping track of when inspections need to happen. Fire department comes 2 times a year. Johnson controls our alarm panels, all that kind of stuff. So I'm really working on coming up with that full operating plan for facilities.
Right, and then we're also working with our mechanical guys as well as Kachi's putting together a complete spreadsheet of even the HVAC, which we didn't really have. Is like, you know, what is the unit, what's the age, what was the last time it was repaired, and then keeping a record of every repair to it.
There's nothing like that?
That's what we need. Yeah.
It's sporadic.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, with the size of our district, how would you
It
know
was
when
it
every
was
widget was changed? And
wasn't it? It was the first thing I asked for week one. Week one, I said, "Tell me on my units. What are we talking about? I see CIPs up here for units. Tell me about it." And it was shocking to me.
It was a scattered list
Yep.
and an incomplete list, and
Yep.
you know, so we've been working on it. We've made some headway, and
Right.
our work order program, I monitor that every morning and look and see what's coming, you know, what's coming through. HVAC obviously is one of our biggest priorities, and then anything related to security and safety for students and staff. So.
Right. Because I also, believe that you don't want a CIP just sitting there. You get it, you get funded for it, you get the project done, and you move forward. So, I mean, yes, we're on it.
Sounds like a good team, you know? I'd like to have a conversation in the facilities subcommittee about fields at some point and what we're going to do with those, which will include you guys, I'm sure. So, thank you.
Yeah, this is overwhelming, the amount of repairs needed to our buildings, and the cost is really unbelievable. Thank you guys for this very informative presentation. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to concur. Thank you for this presentation. I'm looking here at the first segment and a couple things. Can you please, the BIS gym floor is red. So that indicates what?
The BIS.
The numbers in red.
Numbers in red. What is that?
Oh, the BIS gym number? Because the gym, sorry, I was looking at the number 8. The gym floor was on here before. Okay, for like $62,000.
Okay.
$62,000?
We need much more.
We need $250,000 on top of the 62. So that's why it's I wish they would show last year's ask, but yeah, and that's the same thing I think with the carpet for the BIS gym carpet. 162.7 seems like an odd number, but that's because it was only an ask of like 30-something thousand. A couple of these are adds to last year, so we can actually get the job done.
Yes, understood. So my questions are going to be in relation to athletics, where I have a background just through playing and refereeing. So in full agreement, the BIS gym floor, it's been something that's been noted in the community. We actually propose moving this up even, and the monies that have been allotted to partner that with some of the other projects. So do you happen to know how old that gym floor is?
Almost original.
I believe it's original. Yeah, I don't have the exact date, but I believe it's original. And that's the other thing we're doing is putting together like the statistics for each school and when it was built, when was an addition made. We have an intern working with us from the high school that's working on all our building plans and organizing that. We have a scanner, so we're actually able to digitally scan these plans.
Yep.
So I think facilities has finally gotten to the 21st century.
I would agree. And so with that floor, it's the original floor.
I believe so.
And long overdue for us to repair that. The Barnstable High School gym floor, I see a $500,000 allocation. You've noted some things that happened this year. Can you please speak to that?
Well, again, the floor is been placed on top of the rubber floor, and then the plywood has been compromised underneath the parquet, and there was a roof leak. Because that roof on that building is very bad. And then we noticed that there was I'm going to call it a Gatorade water station. So that was very wet in one area. But once the water gets under or in the cracks of the parquet floor, it gets under the floor and compromised it, the plywood lifted up off the rubber and curled. So then we started finding that problem in other areas. And then if we had another roof leak, it kind of did the same. It would have been almost easier to, if the floor got wet or damaged from a roof leak, a regular parquet floor, we could have went in, patched it, repaired it, sanded it and repolished it. But the plywood, when it starts to buckling, it starts to turn into a small 5-foot square area, turned into, a 40 by 40 square area. And to fix it correctly, this number is large because of the demolition. It's taking up the old parquet, taking up the floor is more in line, the floor putting it down is more in line with the BIS floor. That's really what it should cost, but because now I've got to demo this floor, demo the plywood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And also, we're going to try and expedite that one really fast. And I'm hoping to get both of these done summer and fall.
So, thank you for that. Again, I'm stunned that this is even in the report to begin with, given the fact that that's our newest gym floor in the district. And I know this because it was renovated when I was still going to school. So it boggles my mind. I understand what you're saying in terms of what's happening recently. But for the gym floor to be next year when it's our newest gym floor, and the United School is a rubber floor that is the same as it's been since 1995. I know that there was issues that happened this year that you were on, which is unusual. We had to have games missed. So this is something that's been on my radar, is what I'm saying. I don't think it belongs in 26, 27, maybe 28, based on the fact that it's our newest gym floor.
I'm going to be a little direct with it. It was done cheap. It was installed cheap. Someone probably came to a school committee or what have you and said it needs to be replaced. Someone said, oh my God, that's too much money. Someone came up with it. They got a little bit of money and they said, how can we do this on the cheap? Well, we'll just lay down plywood and then we'll just put down the parquet floor. Looked great the whole time you were there. It worked. But it was done inefficiently, incorrectly, and it was done cheap. It was done on the cheap. It was a Band-Aid. There's a lot of things in this district that are done that way. I'm hoping not to do that while I'm here. I'm hoping that we fix things correctly. We've talked to the town manager about a couple of these projects that we were asking for more money, and he said, could you do it? I said, well, yeah, I could put units on top of BIS. They'll be kind of cheaply done. We'll just slap them on there. But to do it correctly, we would need another $2 million. I apologize if the floor wasn't done correctly, but I can't patch it. Even the patch we did, Henry, I don't know if Henry's still here. It's still a trip hazard. Luckily, it's way up in the corner. The floor was put in. It's still starting to lift. The patch is actually starting to lift just a little bit. It's not the patch that's lifting. It's the area next to the patch that's lifting. So you played basketball. You don't want even a hairline lifting, and that's what's happening on that parquet floor. Just a small chintz and just a small bit of it. So unfortunately, it's on this list. That's why it got moved up on the list so that it will get done correctly.
So again, thank you for the understanding. I've looked into this. It was not on as you've noted, the facilities capacity assessment last year. I'm just saying to myself, out of nowhere, we need $500,000 for our newest gym floor. You've spoken to your rationale. Personally, I would like to see this list excluding or moving that allocation back a year or two, given the fact, again, it's our newest gym floor. It's been in effect for 25 years. It hasn't come up even in the recent facilities assessment that we did. And so I'm just, in this fiscal climate, everything that you said, fine, but $500,000 for all of the reasons that I noted, I'm of the mind that it can be 27 or 28. Thank you.
May I just say also, I understand what you're saying, and I actually did do some research on how much it costs to replace a floor all the way to the concrete, essentially. The other part of this fee or cost is the logo.
Sure, I forgot about that.
We have had multiple staff and principals. Principal Friedman last year wanted it changed like immediately. Well, you can't do that. You know, you got to go down to you got to almost start all over. So the logo is also a reason to bring this to the top of the list. And I know that, you know, not everybody sees that the same way, but it is what it is. So we're trying to respond to, you know, staff and administration when they're, you know, what they're looking for.
Thank you for saying that, because now you've alluded to why, or the rationale in terms of how this came all the way to the top of our capital improvement projects, monies that are also related to our savings. So, yes, the logo, and people have said they want it changed. There's also a number of people who have no problem with the logo the way it is right now. And so, and the gym floor has been fine for 25 years. So thank you for alluding, thank you for noting that. I think that, you know, I'd like to see when we go to our next meeting, possibly, you know, this moved back or reconsidered. $500,000 when we have a $1.5 million deficit for our newest gym floor, which happens to be parquet. I have my concerns.
Mike?
So, first of all, I would ask this to the superintendent, is our capital improvement budget the same as our operating budget? That's a yes or no.
No.
So if we save $500,000 on a roof, can we take that money and just move it over magically to our operating budget?
No.
We can't just, it's our money, why can't we? Sarcasm, I get it. So first of all, operating is different than capital, period. Have these already gone to the town? Have these gone to the town yet, Chris? Like they're not, you know how they go through like the advisory, the citizen advisory committee there, and then it goes, like there's a whole bunch of steps. Has it gone through the process yet?
It's gone through the entire process with the exception of a final vote by town council.
But so it's already through the process.
Gone through the vetting
So these are more or
process.
less set in stone at this
The
point.
finance director, town manager, everyone has signed off on this.
So these are set in stone at this point. Okay. So we voted on this stuff last October, November in order to get the capital improvement stuff. We all had a vote and we voted on it last year. And I realize things have changed. I get it. And am I wrong? Or I know that you folks had met. So am I knowing the way this process works extremely well? Is it true that this stuff was moved around because of that because of the process with the citizens and all of that? Is that what kind of moved this stuff around?
Partly, and also part of need. So things became more crucial and more important.
Well, because
again.
the BUS have that issue, so that was
And
a
then
lot
the
of...
culinary issue, and then
Right. So there was a bunch of different issues, so it was kind of a fluid thing. But going through the process, this is what it ended up being, not just school committee, because we're only a little microcosm. Matter of fact, up to 3 years ago, we didn't even vote on this stuff. It went around us because it wasn't even our responsibility. So this has gone through the process of the townspeople, their committee, their committee. It's gone through the town finance department on the town side. It's gone through everybody, and this is what everybody agrees is the best order.
right. And I feel more comfortable
With
with
what,
this.
and
with
we
this
pay
list.
you to run our facility. So if you
Right.
tell me that's the way it is, then that's the way it
Right,
is.
because I'm the one, with Katri's help and my team, are going to be managing all these projects. But also, I came to you with 23 CIPs, and now we're down to 17. But that's because we looked at and we prioritized and found out
Yeah,
what
well,
could
that's the
really,
way it always-
realistically, really happen. When I first presented, I was, what, here, a month and a half, 2 months?
So now you feel more comfortable with
Yes.
your list
Yes.
after being here for 6 months.
Right.
So my only question that I have is the Centerville roof and the BWB roofs. Can that, and Jen left, but can that be, Sarah, maybe for you or for you, can that be put out to the state bid, or are those not enough? And we're already doing 2 roofs, so that's enough to go out to the state to help pay for roofs.
It could go to the state. Sort of the magnitude, the order of magnitude was something that we sort of said maybe we should just pay for that with municipal dollars
Right.
because
$500,000 isn't
How
worth.
much can you reasonably ask the state to help to support? Want to like go all in our big projects?
Right.
The other piece about these two schools, they're really quite old and really quite aging. And at some point, sort of in the long term, the committee, the town may want to do a more major renovation of these buildings.
Oh, okay.
And
Yep.
if
and
the-
that's when you want to kind of.
And
Yeah, that
the
makes sense.
state doesn't want to pay twice.
Well, yeah, I know we had those conversations. And
I
why
was-
go for 1.5 million combined if you are going to do a $30 million renovation?
Renovation
like,
addition,
You want the
right.
30 million. You want them on your side for the 30 million, not for the 1.5 million.
Yep. And I think these
Yeah, that
two
makes
schools
sense.
are good candidates for
No, that
a
makes
major
sense.
renovation.
I was just kind of curious because I know we've had a lot of conversation about the roofs and stuff. So that's kind of what I was just asking about. Cool. Thank you.
Okay. And then my other question is, if the gym floor continues to buckle and the underlying structure continues to degrade, could there be any safety issues that result?
Absolutely. And what's happening is if right now it's so minuscule, but we kind of, everybody knows it's in that corner, but what if I got a roof leak in the middle of the floor? And then this happens in the middle, the whole gym's closed down. Then it's closed down until we do something about it. I can't have the gym open. I mean, we tried to do it with cones, I think, for some practices and whatnot, but you can't have competition games. You can't have people coming from another town to come to this gym. We'd have to move everything. The gym would just become.
We talk about kids leaving our district for sports or for other things, and we can't, on one hand, say we want kids to come here, but then have facilities that stink, or a gym floor that can't be used. So now they're playing in an elementary school. Like, you either got to talk the talk or walk the walk. You can't have it both ways.
Right, and it shouldn't be an emergency repair. This should be thought. We knew it was coming. We know it's coming. We caught it just in time. We got it onto the CIP program, and here it is. I mean, if it gets worse, then it becomes an emergency. I'm back to you guys saying, all right, I need $700,000 for an emergency. So,
A point of information. Again, was the BHS gyms floor included on the facilities capacity assessment last year?
BHS?
BHS. Was it included in the facilities capacity assessment, which listed 3 levels of priority? I see the field house windows, which you've alluded to, but again, just point of information. The BHS gym floor was not included on that list.
The BHS floor, I'd have to look at the old list that I have in my office from the engineer for the assessment report, and it might have mentioned refinishing. That plan from Collier, I thought you guys all had it, and if you really look at it, it's like resurface the floor, scrape the floor, repaint the walls. I mean, it counts every little thing across the district, every little thing. But again, the roof leaked, it caused compromise, it ruined the floor. We can't Band-Aid it just because it's brand new. I mean, we tried to Band-Aid it, it's still buckling because it wasn't installed correctly.
So my question is if we're talking about the Collier's report, did BUES have a mold problem back there? Was that anywhere in Collier's report about a major mold problem that we're going to have, and we're going to have all kinds of problems and health issues at BUES?
No.
So things happened since the Collier's report that have bumped things up and down the list, depending on kind of an emergency type, but not emergency as far as like, I understand when you're saying emergency, but BUES wasn't even on the radar. It was our newest school. So as far as we were concerned, that was the only school that was a big thumbs up. And then look what we had with the mold problem and all of that. So that wasn't on Collier's radar either. And now we're looking at spending millions of dollars for a ventilation system that wasn't on Collier's report 4 years ago.
Correct.
Again, a quick point of information. I just want to allude and just make it clear that this is a $500,000 allocation for our newest gym floor based on a recent issue, which as a referee and basketball player who's in that gym all the time, I have not seen a substantial disruption personally. So that's why I'm saying that this is something that could be considered to be moved back some years, as it's been our gym floor for over 25 years as it is, given our financial status.
Thank you very much. And I
Thank you
appreciate-
all. Absolutely. Thank you.
Appreciate you listening. Thanks.
Item 5.4, approve cap and gown student activity expenditures. Is that Chris again?
Just sit right here. Hi. It was discovered this year at the high school that the past 2 or 3 years, the general fund was paying for the caps and gowns for the graduating students, even though we in the high school maintain a student activity for that purpose. So we've got a balance in there that essentially will go unused unless they stopped charging students for their caps and gowns in future graduation. So the superintendent had a discussion with the principal over there, and the idea is to ask for approval to use that balance to fund other graduation-related expenses this year.
All right. Thank you.
Move to authorize the high school principal to expend the current balance of the cap and gown student activity for graduation-related expenses.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and, any discussion? Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.5, approve the creation of a JROTC Lost Uniforms Revolving Fund.
We heard some great things about the JROTC program earlier this evening. In speaking with the professor and the director who oversees the program, they are running into a small challenge where some students have started the program, received a uniform, and then left the program and have not returned the uniform. According to our memorandum of agreement with the Coast Guard, while the Coast Guard provides those uniforms, any uniforms that are not returned are at a cost to the district. So the idea would be that we would charge or invoice those students and families who have not returned the uniforms or may have lost them for that replacement cost. Best funding structure for this would be through a revolving fund.
Questions? All right, go ahead.
Move to create a JROTC Lost Uniform Revolving Fund.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.6, approve accounts payable warrant fiscal year 25, warrant number 35.
Move to approve accounts payable warrant FY25 warrant number 35 in the amount of $84,719.73.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
And I'm abstaining, I haven't had a chance to look at it. Consent agenda, tonight's items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. Tonight's consent agenda includes approval of the school committee meeting minutes of February 5, 2025, the school committee workshop minutes of February 5, 2025, and February 12, 2025, and the fiscal year 25 grants, gifts, and donations.
Tonight's consent agenda includes approval.
said that.
Oh, you already read that. So move to approve the items in consent agenda as presented in tonight's material.
I'll second.
Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Executive session, item 8.1. Move to go into executive session, not to reconvene in open session, to approve the school committee executive session minutes of February 5, 2025, to discuss strategy and preparation for negotiations with the Barnstable Administrators Organization, to discuss terms and conditions of non-affiliated personnel contracts, and a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-unit personnel and/or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. David Badeau, Lee Doherty, Sandy Gifford, and Mary Beth Taylor.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, this is a roll call vote. Peter?
Yes.
Andre?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We are now adjourned.